I've tried to promote her. She's not accepted.
Okay, shall we roll? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay. I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. on Monday, December 1st, 2025, and in the spirit of reconciliation. I wish to, oh, excuse me, I'm getting all choked up. I apologize about that. Oh, a little bit of an echo. Hang on. All right. No, hearing no echo, let me try this again. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this land and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take actions towards real truth and reconciliation. And I don't know about any of you, but I'm more conscious of the land and the people have been here for many, many generations as we very dramatically switched seasons over the last few days. Yeah, I saw that grimace there in the crowd, but you know, the winter has come, and when you think of the people who lived here so many generations ago and how they did not have all the things that we have now to keep themselves warm or protected from the storms, and then how much more aware they were forced to be of all our changes in our seasons, whereas we can to some degree hide from it. But with that, I want to say again, we want to offer our great and significant gratitude to the many generations of peoples who have taken care of this place so that we can enjoy it, and hopefully many generations in the future. Miigwech. All right, Council, the first item on the agenda is Georgian Bay Photo Contest winners. I think if you could, Clerk Way, is it any chance? Yeah, I think you can share the photos that were the winners. And I don't know if anyone here can tell us about them or if we have even any of the photographers with us.
Your Worship, I'm here.
Schneider, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Through you, Your Worship, I do want to present the winners of the Georgian Bay Photo Contest. In 2014, the Council made a commitment not to buy stock photography, but rather work with local artists as part of our sustainable initiatives to ensure that we are supporting local. So to renew our photos that we will be using in various venues, such as the budget book, as well as in our social media, and also alongside any other type of reporting or award winning, we have, through a process of going through the senior management team to narrow down the selections, of which there were over 25, and then taking the top 10 and going to staff and having them vote. These are the three winners. So the first winner, the grand winner, is Stephanie Dvorak, and her painting, her image is called Reflections, which you should see here on the screen right now, which is beautiful. And the second image is also from Stephanie, and it's called Nothing Better Than a Georgian Bay Sunset. And it should come up on the screen.
It's on our screen.
Is it on your screen? Okay. And then the third one is called Burnt Island, and that's from David Zwecker. So what we did is we put together and advertised a prize pack that would be won by the top 3 artists. And so we also have a picture of the prize pack, and each of these winners have been advised of their winnings, and they will be available here to pick up when the weather works in their favor. So we're very happy that we went through this process. It was time to update and also get to know some new artists. There have been some natural change in our community of photographers who have moved in and out. And so now we have some new images that we're excited to work with. So you'll see those 3 as well as the other images that we are able to use for the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Voryak, I see you online. Congratulations, absolutely beautiful photographs. Or are there any comments that you would like to make?
No, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. My family's had a cottage in Honey Harbor for over 50 years. So it's my favorite place to be. And so every weekend I'm there, I'm always taking pictures, and it's nice to be able to share them with everybody around Georgian Bay because it's such a beautiful place to be.
Yeah, it is a wonderful place to photograph, isn't it? And I think you've captured it very well. And thank you very much. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't know if our other photographer has signed in.
Your Worship,
Yes.
we do offer photo credit to all the photographers when we use the images in any type of area where the name of the artist will really be showcased, and we'll be using the initials of the artist in social media so they can keep an eye on their prize winning images through our social media and also various campaigns over the years.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Councillor Cooper, please.
Just thought it'd be fun to hear where these 3 photographs were taken. I realize it's Stephanie's from Honey Harbor, but there's, as I recall, there's at least 2, if not 3, burnt islands in Georgian Bay. So I was curious as to where the 3 pictures were taken. Does anybody know that, Jennifer or Stephanie?
Yeah, so mine, I mean, I say Honey Harbor, but more specifically, my cottage is in South Bay. So those are right from South Bay. We're right by the marina there in South Bay. So that's where both of my photos were taken.
Thank you. And I know that.
Was that burnt island, sorry, yours as well or not?
Oh, no, sorry. Mine was the reflection one, the first one, and then the one with the sunset. And that's my nephew in the photo also.
And the first, your 2 are from South Bay, Honey Harbor.
Yes.
I saw the power line in the background, so I figured that we were more civilized in other areas. Anyway, that's very interesting. And the burnt island, does anybody know where that is?
Through you, Your Worship.
Yeah. No, I mean.
We don't know, but when Mr. Zwicker comes to pick up the package, we will ask him and get back to you on that one.
I'd appreciate it because, as I said, I think there's at least 2, if not 3, burnt islands. There are a lot of duplicate names on Georgian Bay, Dead Island, and on it goes. This is nicer. It's burnt. It's not quite as morbid, but anyway, there we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, again, I'm going to say thank you very much and congratulations. And I think it's wonderful that we're getting our local photographers contributing to how we present ourselves to the rest of the world. All right, thank you. Please. As in immediately? Okay, we'll await your return. But in the meantime, before you leave, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Okay, because I forgot to ask that of council. So council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? No. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody for open forum?
We have 1 person registered, but I do not see them online, and there's no one in the audience at the moment.
Sound, please.
Oh, I apologize. You caught me. We're next on our agenda is communications from mayor and council, and I don't even remember how we did the pattern last month. I'm going to start with Councillor Jarvis, if I could.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, usual meetings with SegBay, with the library board. SegBay had their annual AGM and awards dinner last week. That was a very well attended event. As a matter of fact, it was sold out, which is the first time in the years they've been holding it that has happened, which is a good sign. And it was a very well done event. I appreciate being part of that. Of course, we had our budget meetings, always thrilling stuff to go through. I'm always impressed with the work that other people do with regards to finance, and I really don't know how they do it, but I appreciate it just the same. And other than that, we were up for the holiday train and the fire services awards dinner as well, which was a very nice and always a good event to attend and talk to people about. There we go. Oh yeah, a couple of, calls usually, as usual, do with planning and fielding calls on budget as well. That was it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll keep mine pretty brief as well. That we had our regular meetings this past month. The always very interesting and enlightening budget meetings that we've made it through, as well as the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee meeting. Earlier in the month, I was able to attend the Remembrance Day ceremony up in MacTier, which is always a very moving ceremony as well. We got together with staff for a staff luncheon, I think a week or two ago, and wisely, I think they scheduled it 1 week earlier. And I think that was on purpose to miss the December weather, and they did a great job of avoiding that. Again, also up in the community, was at the Wild Game Dinner with the Lions Committee in MacTier on Saturday night, which is, again, another really interesting and fun dinner. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to make the fire appreciation dinner because of different commitments, but do want to extend my appreciation to our volunteer firefighters and our fire chief and assistant chief, and thank them for the work that they do. And that's all for me today.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton. Councillor Hazelton, have we lost you?
Atlanta, so
Or you're speechless, I'm being told here.
can you hear me now?
You are breaking up.
Perhaps if you try turning your camera off again for 5 minutes.
So pick somebody else and I'll switch networks.
Okay. Councillor Cooper, you're somebody else.
I'm glad I rank so high on the list. We can try, though. I just wanted to compliment my fellow councillor Jarvis. I think he needs to get a life, though, if he thinks budgets are exciting. But as to my activities, November 5th, I attended a planning working group meeting, on which I sit, and it was very, very interesting. And I believe we had Director Whitlib in attendance at that one. Did I think so? On the 5th, yes. And we're very appreciative of him attending to hear what we were discussing. It's important. We're trying to move forward and give some assistance and guidance or highlight areas where we need to pay attention with respect to our new OP and zoning bylaws. So trying to surface things that maybe need a belt and suspenders as opposed to just a belt or no belt in some cases. Anyway, so that was that. I attended another Zoom meeting with a potential candidate, I'll call a candidate, to work with our water quality group, lead it. And so that was on the 10th of November. District Council, of course, once again, lots of fun there, on the 17th. And that was, I believe, by Zoom for me. And then what was next? Oh my goodness, so many. The 21st, the holiday party here, which was great fun. Moving on the 25th, we had budget, and 26th, we had budget. Found it very exciting. And let's see what else. I'll take my sarcasm and go. Let's see. Oh yeah, another Zoom meeting with somebody on the 27th. That I can't detail, or won't be detailing. What else? That's it. Exciting month. Lots going on. Thank you.
I think Councillor Cooper, we should suggest to Councillor Jarvis, he may want to consider running for district council next term, because then you can do twice the budgeting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, boy.
Double up.
Councillor Hazelton, shall we give it a try again?
Well, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So sadly, there's no snow down here in Atlanta, but the weather is lovely, and American Thanksgiving was fun. But back to the township matters. As Councillor Cooper reported, we had another one of our planning working group meetings, and this one we had our director of planning, Derek, attend, and was able to interact with the various members. And so I thought that was, I think he thought that was fairly effective. I had the opportunity to, so I'm not a lover of Facebook. I don't go on too often, but it was pointed out to me that we had some very significant activity going on in Honey Harbor regarding waste, and the lack of bins that were accessible, and people not particularly loving it. And it all started off with a lady posting a little note that somebody thought her boat was a waste bin, because she got up to go to her cottage, and somebody had decided that they didn't have any place to put their garbage bags, so they just put them in her boat. So lots of interesting outcomes that we have certainly not heard the end of. As you may also have heard, we had a water quality working group meeting so that we could discuss what kind of budgets we might need to get this water quality program going for 26, and who we might consider as a leader of that group. And so that was a very productive conversation. I attended the Muskoka Watershed Council, and sometimes there are nuggets of value, and one of the key nuggets is we have a new coordinator of that program who has an extensive education background, and specifically in the area of blue-green algae. And so that was actually very interesting, and I think appropriate, given some of the concerns that we have in some of the bay areas that we have. When I say bays and lake areas in our township. Excuse me. I too attended the Christmas party, and I would like to thank everyone for the entertainment. The idea of getting a gift and then stealing a gift and then stealing a gift and then stealing a gift was quite entertaining to see how all that panned out. As others may have reported, I attended the two special council meetings we had on budget, and no, it did not cure my insomnia. So I was wide awake for those. And I also, as Councillor Jarvis reported, we had some library meetings to get prepared for the budget sessions. So we had library board meetings and some additional discussions to get that group prepared for the sessions we had on budget. And I'll wrap it up there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so looking forward to the budget portion of this meeting based on some of the comments so far. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you. And through your mayor, just a summary of the very end of last month. I attended the 6 Mile Lake AGM evening meeting. Very well thought out and very well done. Um, on Thursday, I attended the SSEA board meeting. I'm still a member of the board, although not on the committee. That was very informative. I had a meeting with Jeff Lehman about the future. Birch Acres on the 2nd, we had a community meeting, which Al Hazelton and myself were invited to listen, not to participate, simply to listen. Of course, Monday and Tuesday of the month, we had council and planning council. Attended the Remembrance Day ceremony at the MacTier monument. A very good day. The mayor and Councillor Graziano were able to speak. On the 21st, the Christmas party, Township of Georgian Bay. On the 22nd, the Midland Parade. On the 25th, we had our special budget meetings along with the 26th. The 27th, the Seg Bay dinner and awards. And I must add and brag that my wife won the Citizen of the Year award, which I was very impressed with. Let's see. Oh, on Friday, we had a wild game dinner at MacTier. Until you've tasted beaver on a bun, there's not much like it. Holiday Train was yesterday in MacTier, huge success. One of the best ones I've seen in my 12 years, let's put it that way. And today we're back in council. So that's basically my month.
Thank you. Yeah, my list of activities of the last month starts with the November 7th Indigenous Veterans flag raising that we had in front of the office here. The 8th, I closed up my cottage, and I mentioned that not because anybody cares, but because this is the first time I think I timed it perfectly, because the 9th was the coldest day of the season, and you know, like winter. I felt like I really stretched it to the last moment that I could, so I felt good about that. On the 11th was Remembrance Day, but also in the afternoon I was in Bracebridge for the Muskoka Housing Task Force 2.0 meeting. On the 14th, I was invited to the Royal Victoria Hospital elected officials breakfast that they do once a year to update elected officials in the area on what's going on at the hospital. 17th over in Bracebridge all day, the morning for their budget meetings, and their afternoon their council meetings. 19th Board of Health, and then Bracebridge for well, actually that was a remote, the Finance Committee. 20th was the Biosphere Governance Committee meeting. 21st had a 6 Mile Lake dwelling size update that it was intended by some people from 6 Mile Lake, the presidents of the association Lake, and led by Jeff Kratke, our planner. Followed by the staff party. And again, I'll join everybody else saying I think it was a wonderful occasion. Really appreciated it. And yeah, it is fun to watch people joust for the various gifts. And somehow my family thought it was perfectly appropriate that I ended up with a Grinch glass. So there you go. Note lack of Christmas tie. I mean, it's only December 1st after all. And for those who may not understand, we have some staff members here in the office who think that decorating their office is absolutely perfect thing to do immediately after Remembrance Day, and I just think that's a little early. So we have fun over that. Then on the 22nd, I attended a Housing First, It Takes a Village seminar in Gravenhurst, basically talking presentations from people who are or have been homeless and how we're supporting those folks, or shall we say not in many cases, not supporting those folks, and how important it is. The 24th, the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee was actually able to attend that in person up in the library in the MacTier, and that was followed by the Muskoka Municipal Not-Profit Housing Corporation meeting in the afternoon. As everybody knows, we had a few days of budget meetings, and we had a Biosphere Board meeting, the Seg Bay AGM on the 27th, and congratulations to all the winners, even if a certain councillor has already made reference to one of the winners. But yeah, no, I think a well attended, enjoyed event. Firefighters appreciation was the following night. And I think it's impossible for us to fully express our appreciation for all those individuals who, in our area, they're the first there. They're there before the police, they're there before the ambulance, they're there before the tow truck, whatever the incident may be. And I think it's so appreciated when the call comes in that they are there. And sometimes what they go to is life-changing. And I think that we cannot appreciate them enough. Lions, the following night, Lions Wild Game Dinner, MacTier, always a fun event, always very interesting flavors, and boy, the chef is good. What was put together there, very enjoyable. And of course, yesterday, the holiday train in MacTier, a fun event, but also I think it's important to note an event that supports the local food bank, the railway, CPKC, or us old folks, Canadian Pacific, make a $7,000 donation to the food bank in MacTier, and then and many people bring cash or cans or what have you to that they collect in the area there. So I think it's very important to not only celebrate the holidays, but that we're also that event is supporting those who need it. And that's my story for now. It's enough, I think. And I'm going to turn it over to our CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and good morning, Council. And since the budget seems to be in fashion last week and during this morning's conversation, I figured I'd provide an update on funding opportunities that staff have been actively pursuing to help reduce the tax impact on our township. So as I mentioned last week, municipalities are having to focus and target their efforts more and more recently in securing funding that's available from the province through a variety of grant programs. So I wanted to provide Council with a list of items that Ms. Schneier and other members of the SMT are working towards over the next year. First, we've reached out to neighbouring townships, Tay and Severn, to contribute to the Port Severn Food Bank, as food bank customers from Tay and Severn represent roughly half of our patrons. We're also in discussions with private donors to strengthen community support even further. On the grant front, we're securing an FCM grant that will help subsidize capital replacement projects while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And in addition, we've applied for the FCM Climate Adaptation Fund. We've already secured funding for the Refresh MacTier project in collaboration with the community. And looking ahead, we're exploring opportunities to fund the geotechnical studies needed to assess the feasibility of affordable housing development near Mrs. C's Park. We also plan to apply to the Ontario Trillium Foundation for a new kitchen at the MacTier Arena, pending community and council endorsement. Beyond these activities, staff will be applying for funding to support pothole maintenance, invasive species management, and emergency management programs. So altogether, our goal is to secure about $500,000 in funding over the next 12 months. And these not insignificant efforts will help us deliver important projects while minimizing the financial impact on our residents. So again, as I said last week, more and more municipalities are actually hiring dedicated grant writers to get funding from the province. So we've been at the forefront, if you like, by having Ms. Schneier do this for us over the last few years.
And if my math works, and it doesn't always, that could represent up to 5% of our budget, which is quite significant. Thank you very much. All right, Council, next on our agenda are staff reports, and our first staff report is a Code of Conduct complaint report. And I'm going to do a little introduction before we go over to our Integrity Commissioner.
Mayor,
Councillor Cooper.
I would like to make a comment about this matter as well. In other words, a point of order related to the...
If you have a point of order, please.
Do you want to hear it now?
Sure.
All right. I think this should be deferred. Simple. I think it's undemocratic to have this report without the respondent in attendance. And that's what's happening today. I think it's even a violation of our code of conduct of our council to not allow somebody to respond to something like this. So I am going to suggest that this matter be deferred until such time it's been organized that all parties involved can be in attendance. And I can tell you that there have been examples of this in other townships, including our neighbor, Muskoka Lakes, and they tried to do this as well when somebody wasn't there, or kicked them out actually. And the judge said, can't do that. It's not kosher. So I'm just pointing out that I feel that this is not the right time. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to respond to that, if I may, basically making reference to to section 29.1 specifically in our code of conduct, which basically reads, upon receipt of a report from the Integrity Commissioner with respect to the code of conduct, the clerk shall place the report on the next regular agenda of council for consideration by council, and council must consider the report at that meeting and may accept or refuse the recommendations set out in the report, and accept, refuse, or vary any penalties or sanctions contained in the report. A report from the Integrity Commissioner may also be considered by council in advance of its next regular meeting, should council agree to hold a special or other meeting before its next regular meeting to consider the report. So in our code of conduct itself, it basically says that if a report is released, it must be considered at the next council meeting.
If I may just make another additional comment, the Integrity Commissioner in two different spots in this report from her have pointed out that the respondent needs to be in attendance. If you read the report, that's what it says. You have the right to address the report. The respondent is apparently on a plane coming back from Europe, a trip that was booked long before this report finally was scheduled. It was 6 months ago that this occurred, and the respondent made some plans, and all of a sudden now he can't be in attendance. So I think that's most unfortunate, and I would strongly recommend that we defer it, regardless of what the fact that we're supposed to have it by thus and so. Does that make it invalid? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that he's called a point of order, I'm going to get my clerk to assist in how we should best respond to this, because I think we need to resolve this before we move forward. I do want to point out that this, as you note, that this whole process has been taking place for roughly 6 months, I believe, and the counselor was fully aware of that, and I think whenever he booked his trip, and I don't know what date he booked his trip, but I do know that he was well aware that he was booking his return flight on a day of council that had been scheduled for probably a year. I guess what I'm saying is I disagree with your point of order, but I want us to make sure we respond properly. And Councillor Bochek, you wanted to comment?
Yes, thank you. Speaking personally, and I am respondent number one in this, this has been hell on my family, and we would like it over. And the sooner it's over, the better. Just the stress with my medical condition is not something that I want to endure any longer. So if we can move ahead, I would certainly appreciate it.
I see Councillor Hazelton and Jarvis also have their hands up. Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I'd like to support the recommendation of a deferral. Council can make decisions. Council does make decisions, and in this case, we have had this topic on our agenda for at least two council agendas. It was planned for maybe three, and so for us to think for 1 second that the councillor Kristen Graziano purposely scheduled his flight to avoid today is a I think I can use strong words, but I won't. I think it's a very inappropriate conclusion that was a planned thing. That he had knowledge that it would be today because it was planned for a month ago or maybe 2 months ago. And so given that council can make decisions and can change policies or make other recommendations, I believe firmly that this needs to be deferred until such time as both our integrity commissioner and the councillors, the respondents 1 and 2, are available for helping us as council understand what their perspectives are, because as councillors, we cannot make a decision unless we've evaluated all of the evidence and we have essentially one side of the evidence and the opportunity for the respondent to make their position known to us is today not available, and therefore we cannot make a decision individually as councillors on this, and properly represent ourselves as councillors or our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'm just wondering if we were to listen to this report today, and upon consideration, would we be able to defer any further discussion on the report until the respondent number 2 is available to properly, I won't say defend themselves, but at least speak to the report? I think in any case, I think travel arrangements get made, as we know these days, well in advance of actual travel. And I'm not going to pass any judgment on whether things were done deliberately or not. I don't think that's the case here, but I don't think it's worth discussing. But I'm just wondering if we could, take in part of that report and defer the rest of it until the respondent number 2 is available.
I'll let Councillor Predko make a comment, and then I'm going to turn to our clerk to overview the procedures.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. My only comment would be very similar to Councillor Jarvis's, with the caveat that would we, while we're getting clarification on what we can and can't do, would it be possible for us to make a conclusion on our respondent number 1 who is here today and defer the decision on respondent number 2 until the next council meeting?
Thank you. Clerk Way, do you wish to make any comments before I make my assessment?
So per section 29 of the Township's Code of Conduct, upon completion of the report, the Integrity Commissioner submits the report to the clerk, who then shall place the report on the next regular council agenda for council's consideration, at which time the Integrity Commissioner has the right to present findings, and council must consider the report and may accept or refuse recommendations contained therein. Therefore, I received the final report last Thursday, November 27th. So this is the next regular council meeting, meaning you must hear the report and you must consider its findings and make a decision upon those recommendations, whether you accept the recommendations or not contained within the report. You must receive the report. You can determine if you want reprimands issued and if you want further penalties based off those reprimands and the recommendations contained within that report. It is also the Integrity Commissioner's obligation to advise the respondents and the complainants about the timeframe and when this is coming forward. Is my understanding, and perhaps Ms. Craig can confirm this when she presents, if council allows. The respondents were advised in advance of the date, and they knew the timing of the investigation that was taking place. Again, our code of conduct states that the report must be held.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, I've already had input from everybody, so I'm now going to comment on the rule of order. And my take on this is based on the code of conduct itself. We should and must receive the report today. I think it's also very important to note that this report was presented, a draft version and the final version was presented to the parties directly involved in advance. There was plenty of opportunity for the respondents to provide information or comment or whatever you want to the Integrity Commissioner. And I believe that the standard procedure is once the Integrity Commissioner presents her report, the respondents have an opportunity to address council. They can address council in person, they can address council in writing, or they can choose not to address council. And Councillor Graziano was fully aware of these options and was reminded of these options last week on more than one occasion. And if he has chosen not to give us a written response, that if he couldn't attend, that is his choice. And I also think that Councillor Graziano booked this trip that, from what I understand, is a vacation trip. It's not because of a family emergency or anything like that. And so why he chose to book his return flight on a day that regular council is scheduled, I don't know. But I don't think we should penalize the other, either the other respondent or the complainants or the Integrity Commissioner. And so my response is I'd like us to go ahead with the presentation of our Integrity Commissioner and basically receive her report. And as I say, her report has been, the final report has been in the hands of the respondents for quite a few days now. So with that, Ms. Craig, I'm going to turn it over to you, if you do, please.
Good morning. Ms. White, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, Mr. Mayor, staff, and members of the public in attendance are online. I'm going to give a very brief overview of this Code of Conduct Complaint Investigation Report. I will also set out my role, I will set out your role, and I will set out what the outcome of this report presentation can be. I would like to state that I take no pleasure in ever investigating a report or making findings or recommendations, but there is a process that has been enshrined in the Municipal Act and your code. Today I am under the weather, so if I start coughing or if I have to mute myself, I beg your indulgence, but I will try to be as brief as possible. But you all know that this is a very important matter, and so I will try to cover as much as I can. In the report before you, I found that Respondent 1 contravened the code in relation to conduct towards staff regarding the firearm discharge bylaw during the May 6th Committee of the Whole meeting. Specifically, I set out in the report that this respondent breached Rule 9.1 of the Code of Conduct in his failure to treat staff with respect, resulting in intimidation of staff. I also found that Respondent 1 did not breach Rule 9.4 of the Code, which deals with harassment under the Respectful Workplace Policy. Secondly, I found that Respondent 2 contravened the code in relation to his comments and conduct both under the fire invoice amps matter and the firearm discharge bylaw matter. In both cases, I found that Respondent 2 breached Rule 9.1 by failing to treat staff with respect and engaging in conduct that intimidated and bullied staff. Furthermore, in the firearm discharge bylaw matter, I found that Respondent 2's disrespectful conduct was directed at the same staff member as involved in the fire invoice AMPS matter the prior day. As set out in the report before you, these contraventions represent a very serious lapse in adhering to the standards of behavior expected of members of council. I accept that Respondent 1's misconduct resulted from a good faith error in judgment, and he strongly supported engagement with the public. I spoke with Respondent 1 on several occasions, and I confirmed that this was a lapse in judgment and carried out in good faith. In the limited circumstances, as I set out below, I accept the respondent did not intend to cause harm or to engage in a manner that was hurtful to staff. However, I find that the Respondent 1's raising the issue of staff holding a public meeting when this had already been discussed with staff had the effect of suggesting to those in attendance at the May 6th meeting that staff did not want to hold a public meeting. Respondent 2's misconduct was repeated and demonstrated a pattern of disrespect against staff. During the course of my investigation, I reviewed the Administrative Monetary Penalty System, AMPS, the history of the draft firearm discharge bylaw from June 2024 to May 6, 2025, committee of the whole meeting videos and council videos and documents provided to me by the complainant and respondents. The complaint further recounts that Respondent 2's conduct at the same meeting was particularly disrespectful. Respondent 2 subjected staff, the presenter, the supervisor, who had led the bylaw drafting, through a demeaning line of questioning. Respondent 2 suggested that the draft bylaw was intended to increase fines for residents, even though staff had explained that they had been only 4 firearm discharge complaints in the 9 years that had all been resolved with education, not fines. Respondent 2 then interrogated staff, not questioned, for clarification on irrelevant provisions of the criminal code, such as sections 86 and 87, and continued to press after the staff member explained she was unfamiliar with those sections and not within her purview for her subject matter expertise for the role she covers. I found that Respondent 2's conduct appeared to be aimed not at a general clarification, but at undermining the staff's expertise and at some points embarrassing the supervisor publicly. Throughout the discussion, Respondent 2's tone was disrespectful, inappropriate, and intimidating. In the report before you, I discuss my process, my assessment of whether there have been contraventions of the code, my findings on the allegations and the complaints, my reasons for those findings, my recommendations on appropriate sanctions. In the document subject of this complaint, the complaint form contained considerable and sufficient information for me to conduct a preliminary classification to decide whether I would conduct an investigation. There was a considerable amount of information that I reviewed, social media posts, council meetings, documents, and I thoughtfully and carefully reviewed all during my preliminary classification. Your complaint protocol sets out that the complaint will be provided to the respondents with careful thoroughness of detail to allow the members to understand the complaint against them. But the Integrity Commissioner has no obligation to disclose the identity of the complainant, the identity of any witnesses, and the member should be provided with sufficient information to respond. This provision rests on the foundational principle that by including the names of certain individuals, that would be putting them at risk. And thus I do not include that in the notice to the respondents, but sufficient information that they understand what the allegations are saying and how they have to answer. The code protocol sets out the steps that I must follow after I decide to investigate. This is not a court, as you know, and the processes that I follow as your Integrity Commissioner have been approved by Georgian Bay Council and are in the authority of Part 5.1 of the Municipal Act. The complaint allegations were provided to both respondents, and a request for their written response was given to them, and they were given ample time to be able to respond to the allegations, and those responses were then given to the complainant, and then I investigated the complaint I spoke with the respondent one and received communication from respondent two's counsel. Respondent two had asked through his legal counsel that I check on a conflict check, because members of the Law Society of Ontario have to conduct a conflict check before they can be engaged. This took the better part of 2 months, as I had to engage my lawyer to be able to confer with the Law Society of Ontario to determine if if his lawyer was impeded from carrying out a conflict check, because I could not give the name of the complainant. So in other words, respondent two, through his lawyer, was able to determine that he had met his obligations under the rules of the Law Society of Ontario. And then further, respondent two advised that he would be on vacation and asked for a further extension to provide a response to the complaint. And I granted that extension. So I received the complaint on June 6th, and I did not receive a reply from the respondent two until August 28th through his lawyer. Procedural fairness. There are several court cases that discuss procedural fairness. What does an integrity commissioner have to provide to a respondent so that the process is fair? We still follow the Baker decision, which sets out the role of a decision maker during the investigation. The Integrity Commissioner investigates complaints of violations of codes of conduct. The Integrity Commissioner's report has no binding effect upon the respondents. The Municipal Council considers the report of the Integrity Commissioner along with a response to the complaint by the person concerned as it relates to sanctions, because the investigation is conducted by the Integrity Commissioner and all fairness is afforded during that process of investigation. Section 223.5 of the Municipal Act provides that the Integrity Commissioner must maintain secrecy, and thus the names of the complainant or the names of the witnesses are not provided, but sufficient information is provided to the respondents. The statutory scheme provides that the Integrity Commissioner shall provide sufficient information in her report so you, Council, may make a decision. In the report before you, I've exercised my discretion to only disclose those particulars that I've determined as your arm's length investigator and statutory officer are necessary for you to be able to provide a decision on my recommended sanctions. To be clear, I included all the information that I believe was necessary, in some parts excerpts, in some parts the comments of the respondents that they gave to me. I advised both respondents that they were being provided a copy of my preliminary findings in advance of issuing my final report to the clerk in accordance with the principles of procedural fairness. When I evaluate the ethical conduct of a member of council, my role is to apply the rules of the code to the facts that I've gathered throughout the investigation, and I attempt to make a determination as to whether there has been a breach of the code. I've carried out my review of the evidence, and it is before you. In determining the appropriate sanctions and corrective actions, I've considered the gravity of the conduct and the responsibility of the respondents for the conduct, as well as the submissions of the parties. As I said, I take no pleasure in having received this complaint or submitting the findings in the report, but to be very clear, I believe that the complainant took no pleasure in submitting this complaint. It took courage, and I would like you to take that into consideration. There is no win in setting out my findings that there has been a contravention. Remember, I am an objective ethics officer who operates at arm's length of counsel. I take the role that council has given me through the appointment of Integrity Commissioner very seriously. Georgian Bay has approved the accountability regime and process that has been adopted by other municipal codes in Ontario, and this regime has been put in place to hold you collectively accountable for the actions that run afoul of the ethical requirements under the code. Throughout the report before you, I set out I set out that the respondent is a member of council, is permitted to disagree with staff on many matters. With respect to the Integrity Commissioner's findings, the respondents may submit comments to my draft findings, and they did, and may make submissions to council, which they can, orally or in person. What a respondent cannot do is disobey the rules of the code under the guise of freedom of expression, countering staff's recommendations, disagreeing with staff, believing an investigation is flawed, believing staff's adherence to their operational guidelines is overreach, or simply stating a dissenting view. In the Pickering Judicial Review of that municipality's Integrity Commissioner's findings on sanctions, the court stated the commissioner engaged in a balancing exercise, and that's what I have to do. I have to conduct a balancing exercise. And the court found that it was appropriate that that commissioner expressly acknowledged that elected municipal leaders, members of council, are leading players in democracy. You know that, and this is what the court sustained. They are democratically, you are democratically chosen to look after the community's interest. And the court said that commissioner recognized the importance of elected official exercising their free speech, noting that a councillor's freedom of expression is a crucial instrument in achieving effective participation in good government. But on the other hand, the court said, the Integrity Commissioner properly recognized that freedom of expression is not absolute. It's not an unfettered right. And I adopted this in my investigation and my consideration of recommendations to you. Both respondents were made well aware of the code complaint investigation process. I did not find the complaint was filed to cause aggravation or that the complaint was motivated by personal animus between the complainant or anyone else and either of the respondents. The conduct alleged in the complaint fell within the ambit of code rules. It was not frivolous or vexatious. It was not made in bad faith. Bad faith has to be found to be designed to mislead another or to in some way have a sinister motive, and I did not find this. I did not find that the complaint was in bad faith. As I said, I received the complaint on June 6th, 2025. I conducted a preliminary classification. There were 3 members of council who were named in the original complaint. I conducted a preliminary review, and I found that against 1 member, the complaint should be dismissed because there were insufficient grounds to continue, and I let the complainant and that member of council know. Respondent 2, as I said, advised that they were retaining legal counsel when they received the notice of complaint, which is their right to do, and sought information from my office with respect to their lawyer's requirement under the Law Society of Ontario rules. On July 25th, I received correspondence from Respondent 2 that they would be on vacation until August the 11th. I granted a time extension and I received his reply to the complaint on August 28th. I concluded my investigation on November 19th, 2025. To be very clear, because there was that 2-month gap where the member of council Respondent 2 requested that I consult with the law, that I had to consult with the Law Society of Ontario to ensure that his lawyer could properly represent him, I had to hold the investigation in abeyance. I could not conduct an investigation while 1 member, Respondent 2, was still waiting to find out if his lawyer could represent him. That would have been procedurally unfair. So that 2-month gap put a stop on my investigation until I was able to ensure that Respondent 2 was properly represented by his lawyer. I could not just say, I'm sorry, I'm going to conduct this investigation, notwithstanding the fact that your lawyer doesn't know whether he can or cannot represent you. On November 25th, 2025, I received comments from Respondent 2. On November 20th, I received comments from Respondent 1, who was very forthcoming when he received my preliminary findings. In fact, I state as part of his response, Respondent 1 said, I received a draft copy of the formal code of conduct complaint for my review. I would like to commend you on a very thorough report, including your detailed and comprehensive account of what you have found in this investigation. I did not find that the conduct of either of the respondents rose to the level of harassment. But to be very clear, with Respondent 1, I found that his breach, as I set out in the report, was an error in judgment in good faith. There was no intent to harm. While this rule prohibits abuse, 9.1, bullying or intimidation, it is important that this rule talks about the respect of staff and to avoid any sort of intimidation or bullying. I'd like to go on now to, because I set out very clearly my findings, I have recommended a formal reprimand for both Councillor Bocek and Councillor Graziano with respect to the contravention set out in the report. I have recommended a suspension of remuneration in addition to a reprimand for Councillor Graziano, a suspension of 15 days. This reflects that respondent 2, in my view, committed, and as I set out in the report, committed multiple breaches. And I also would like to point out that the opportunity for the Integrity Commissioner determining the severity of the breach is 90-day suspension of pay. I did not consider 90-day suspension of pay. I did not suggest 60 days or even 30 days. However, the contraventions, in my view, were serious enough that I believe that a suspension of pay was required. I also recommend remedial training for Respondent 2 for a training on the Council Staff Relations Policy and the Respectful Workplace Policy. Specifically, I recommend a facilitated session, either to be arranged by the CAO or HR department, where the roles of council and staff are reviewed and the expectation for respectful communication are reinforced. This goal is not punitive. This goal is to prevent future incidents by ensuring that Respondent 2 fully understands the boundaries and best practices when engaging with staff. And I further recommend an apology to staff. This is a recommendation of remedial action. I encourage each respondent to consider delivering a sincere apology to staff members who were affected, either privately or in open council. An apology is an important step in healing the working relationship. And I noted from the moment that I provided notice of complaint to Respondent 1, he looked at the allegations, set out that he very clearly was working on behalf of the constituents, recognized that perhaps there was a passion that went beyond what the rules of the code required, and said that if the report found that there was an allegation, that he would be most ready to apologize. I will just conclude by stating Council's role in this process. The role of this Council in receipt of the findings of the Integrity Commissioner is limited. Council is entitled to receive information in the investigation report. To do otherwise beyond receiving the investigation report would be tantamount to reopening the investigation or making new findings. Council receives the findings from me, your arm's length investigator, the Integrity Commissioner, and you make a decision to adopt or to vary or to reject the recommendations on sanctions based on Council's authority. It is the Integrity Commissioner's role to investigate and to determine what information she will include in the public report. The respondents are not permitted to disclose information covered by confidentiality, raise new issues at this point, or request questions from or to one another or to the Integrity Commissioner. The investigation has been closed. In considering my report, you may not relitigate my findings of breach. You may not like the outcome of my findings, but those are my findings. Council does not conduct an investigation de novo and ask, why did you find this? And did you ask the respondents that? You have the report investigation before you, and you have my findings. The only issue before Council at this time is whether to impose the sanctions for the breaches that the Integrity Commissioner has set out. Council receives the report, accepts, varies, or rejects my sanctions, may ask the Integrity Commissioner questions of clarification on process, may not ask questions of the members who've been investigated, except with respect to their submissions on sanctions. Asking questions of the respondents will be opening up the investigation, and the investigation is closed. The investigation is complete. Council may disagree with my findings, but the only role Council has is to accept or reject or vary my sanctions. With respect to pecuniary interests under the MCIA, if a respondent has, if I have made a recommendation of suspension of remuneration for a member, as I have done with Respondent 2, they have a pecuniary interest in this matter. And what the legislature has done in 2019 previously if an integrity commissioner found that a member had breached the code and made recommendations of suspension of pay, there was a pecuniary interest. And so that member could not speak, could not make submissions, could not influence the decision. In 2019, with the change to the Municipal Act, the provincial legislature said, wait a minute, while you cannot vote if you have a pecuniary interest, you should be able to, and I quote section 5.521 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, a member who is under investigation and has been investigated by the Integrity Commissioner may take part, this is the language of the MCIA, take part in the discussion, including making submissions to council, and may attempt to influence the voting of any question in respect of the matter, whether before, during, or after the meeting. However, the members are not permitted to vote on any question in respect of a matter if the municipality delegates power to an integrity commissioner to suspend the remuneration. When making a determination on penalties, I look at the likelihood of repetition, the nature of the action committed, any extenuating circumstance, and the need to deter others. As I said, with respect to respondent 1, I found that he indicated a willingness to apologize if his actions were found to have run afoul of the code. He was cooperative in the investigation. He stated very clearly his representation is important to him, especially as it relates to firearms, and he said that he would apologize if requested. Let me just conclude by saying these recommended sanctions aim to reaffirm the standard of conduct expected of members of council in the Township of Georgian Bay. They should be seen as you standing firmly against any conduct that disrespects or belittles your employees, in particular at issue for firefighters and by law enforcement officers that take great risk to themselves to battle fires and to uphold your bylaws of your municipality. They go beyond doing their jobs. They serve, they protect, and they educate. The issue at the core of these complaints are issues vitally important to the public and your residents and to yourselves. My recommendations do not minimize the importance of public discourse in these issues or your right, councillors, to be able to opine on these issues. It is how you engage your staff, how you treat your staff who are only doing their jobs and following council direction. I respectfully submit this report containing the complaint investigation findings and recommendations on sanctions for your decision. Thank you, Council.
Ms. Craig, thank you very much for your report and your comments today. At this time, I'm going to ask Councillor Bocek if you wish to respond in any way or make any statement.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I believe that the Integrity Commissioner's investigation was accurate, and I believe that that the recommendations from the Integrity Commissioner basically outline the severity of what it carried on in the way of workplace harassment. So I'm quite happy with the report from the Integrity Commissioner and honor her work. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are you aware of any correspondence or comment response received from Councillor Graziano?
I have not received any, Your Worship.
All right, thank you. Could you outline what the council should be doing at this point? I mean, I think probably our Integrity Commissioner was quite clear, but I don't know if you wanted to make any additional comments before I turn it over to discussion.
Certainly, Your Worship. So upon receipt of the Code of Conduct complaint report from the Integrity Commissioner, there are 3 considerations at council. Just to clarify, the first step is council shall formally receive the report via a resolution. Second step is council shall consider issuing a formal reprimand that would be adopted via resolution. And thirdly, if a formal reprimand is adopted, council shall consider further penalties or sanctions beyond a reprimand that are imposed, which would also be adopted via resolution. So there's 3 steps before council at this time.
Thank you very much. Basically receive the report, issue a reprimand, and determine sanctions. Trying to make it simple. At this point, council, any comments or questions in regard to the report and the next steps? Councillor, I'm going to go Councillor Cooper and followed by Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I could make a lot of comments, but I'll try and make them brief. I find the fact that we've heard from one of the two respondents, but not the other, exact demonstration of what I was referring to at the outset. And I find it, you know, sort of patently undemocratic. And I'm disturbed by that. And I think we need to hear from the other respondent. I think there's some merit in what Councillor Bocek, sorry, what Councillor, sorry, I'll get the right councillor in a moment. We heard the suggestion to consider from Councillor Predko to consider dealing with one of the two matters and postponing any final decision with respondent two. I think that's sort of what was said, and I think there's some merit to that, and I understand and I am sympathetic to Councillor Bocek's desire to get this finalized. I'm respectful of that, but you know, I also think it's important for us to remember that well, there's been some delays for a variety of different reasons. I think there's no way of respondent number two knowing back in whenever the summer or early fall that booking something on a council day would have anything to do with this. Might have something to do with not attending council, and I get that, but there's nothing in our bylaws that say we have to attend every single meeting. We try, most of us try. We can't get here in person, and when we can't, we come in via Zoom. So I don't think that this was nefarious. I think the councillor made some plans, and unfortunately, this flew in the face of it after the fact. So that's the way I see it anyway. And so there really comes down to fairness and democratic processes, and I'm not convinced that that's the case. I could point out, since I've been around this table for quite a while, that I may be wrong, but I would like, if we do have a discussion in the future around the code of conduct, the number of complaints that have surfaced at this township over the last 15 years is truly phenomenal. And to the way I have looked at it, many of them have been rather unfairly determined, either by the integrity commissioner or the council, some based on untruths. I know in my case I've run into that at least once, so I'm concerned about our code of conduct and the complaint process. I see it as having been weaponized, and I'm very concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, just another question, I guess, of process at this point to the clerk. So the 4 points made by our integrity commissioner in terms of a formal reprimand, a suspension, training, and apology, they're both intertwined with the two respondents. And I guess going back to the comment earlier about whether or not we can discuss these separately, is that a possibility given the manner in which the report is presented to us? And secondly, the formal reprimand is the first item to be discussed. Item number 2, the suspension of remuneration, is dependent on us passing a formal reprimand, but numbers 3 and number 4 do not seem to be tied to a formal reprimand. And could you just confirm that if we do not find one of the respondents or both of the respondents receiving a formal reprimand, that does not preclude that they wouldn't be recommended for training or for an apology?
Madam Clerk?
Through your worship, I believe there was kind of two questions there. One, you don't have to treat the respondents collectively. You can issue for the adoption of the report. Obviously, that's one collective motion. When it comes to issuing reprimands or any sanctions or penalties, you can break them out into dealing with one respondent and then the other respondent. Normally, if you don't issue a formal reprimand, that signifies that the council is not finding an individual to be guilty and not finding them to have contravened the code. Therefore, you wouldn't sanction them in any further manner. I believe that's what you're asking, if you can still issue. If you think everyone should go for training or something to that effect, I mean, training isn't open-ended. Yes, it's part of the recommendation, but if you feel other people should have training or training should be done collectively, that could be addressed separately as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just as a quick also my response, it's my intention, and I'm not sure how the clerk is quite creative, but my intention is that the receiving of the report and the formal reprimand I was intending to do, I'll call it collectively, and then the sanctions, because they are different, I was thinking of doing individually. Oh, you have prepared a little differently? We'll cross that bridge when in the discussions.
Either way, I have it prepared.
Fair
so
enough.
Collectively or separately.
Yeah. I see Craig, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. To be very clear, I can't speak to your procedure, but as it relates to accountability regimes, you have my findings report before you. I have found that respondent 1 breached section 9.1 and respondent 2 breached section 9.1 under 2 issues. So by receiving my report, you receive those findings. There are then sanctions or penalties under the Municipal Act, a reprimand and/or suspension of pay. So council may receive my report that I found the members in contravention of the code, and they may accept, vary, or reject my sanctions that I have recommended. So they are 2 separate issues. And if you receive the report, there have been findings of breach, you can determine for respondent 1 and 2 to issue a reprimand or to not issue a reprimand, to issue a suspension of pay for respondent 2 of 15 days or greater, or reject that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councilor Pochek.
Thank you, and through your worship, I think it was made very clear that the investigation is closed by Susan Craig, RIC, and that there wouldn't be any more discussion with her on this matter. However, if respondent number 1 and number 2 have the ability to speak to the rest of council to argue whether there should be or should not be damage of any kind in the way of a suspension or suspension of pay, I believe they should have the right to address council on that matter. Just in case they feel that they may have an argument that council would not agree with the sanctions put against them. So that would be my thought, that the Integrity Commissioner now is out of this, and the decision by council could be today. I'm here today, could happen today, but for Mr. Graziano, perhaps it can happen on his next scheduled council meeting. That way he has an ability to speak to.
And if I understood what we heard earlier today correctly, yes, the counselors, the respondents can speak to the sanctions aspect.
Correct. So
you and the other respondent had plenty of opportunity to speak to the, I'll call it investigation, because that was part of the discussion you would have had with the Integrity Commission.
Mm-hmm.
So that, but to the sanctions themselves, if you feel strongly that they're, when we get to those particular motions, you feel strongly that they're inappropriate, you may speak to that.
That's what my thoughts were as well too. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me.
So far,
So, just to reiterate things as I understand it here, we have an IC report. The investigation, it's closed, no relitigation. I get that. The important things for all of us to understand is that the report is part of this agenda package, and it's going to live on our website forever. I find that is challenging. Another thing that I find challenging, and I'm going to ask, I see Craig, can I divulge who the respondent 3 is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am bound by confidentiality. A respondent or a complainant may self-identify. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm number 3 in the list. And of course, the first thing that pops into my mind is, and I'm very sensitive to Councillor Bocek's angst, being dinged with a code of conduct complaint has huge stressors. And I think Councillors Cooper and Jarvis, who participated in a couple of things that were dismissed ultimately, certainly understand that. I certainly understand that. But what I wanted to highlight for us all is we are transitioning from a situation where the investigation has been done and a conclusion has been drawn, and we're now at the point of deciding, are we going to impose sanctions, etc. And what I find very important in my previous history is that I see things differently than our IC commissioner in reporting and analyzing things that went on. And I just want to highlight something that took place. So some of you may know, others may not, but in year 2 of my first term, I withstood the code of conduct complaint. And my view of what took place was actually quite different. And I believed that my fellow councillors understood, as I did, things differently than what was researched and found by IC Craig. And the reason I bring that up is I prepared, I never filed, but I prepared code of conduct violations against Councillors Bocek, Douglas, Coetzee, Mayor Coetzee, and Councillor Wianko. And what I was getting at in those code of conduct complaints was I identified several areas where I believed what I knew, which never was found by IC Craig. What I believed that these other councillors and our mayor knew these things as well, but they chose to be silent and chose to basically step aside and let the process go through. And I found that really offensive, that my fellow councillors and the mayor wouldn't understand and stick up for what they knew to be true and different from what was researched and available for whatever reason.
You're not going to go down to relitigating something that happened half a dozen years ago, are you?
I am not.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure.
But I want to highlight for all of us as councillors is that we have a duty, and if we know things that may be different from what is in the report, that should influence our decision on how we go about dealing with sanctions. And so, in my opinion, I don't have that information in front of me. I believe that, and I just heard from Councillor Bocek that he might want to say something to us that might impact our beliefs in what sanctions we might impose. I'm absolutely certain, 100% certain, that Councillor Graziano is going to want to share his view of the world with us. And I believe that too may impact our belief in what sanctions we should consider. And so I believe that we are at a point right now where we should simply receive this report and we should defer any actions until we have an opportunity to hear from the two respondents. Now, if Councillor Bocek wants to do that today, that's fine from my perspective, but I don't believe that we are in a position where we can begin to touch that topic when it comes to Councillor Graziano. And I'm actually very disappointed in the lack of accommodation from a scheduling standpoint of which this has been handled, but that's a topic for another day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you to the mayor. I too have some history, but mine is significantly less impactful on myself than it has been on other councillors over time. I was intimately associated with previous report concerning other councillors. I've had times when I've questioned some of the reports that have come back from the IC. This report I found very comprehensive in its scope and its considerations, and I appreciate it on those merits. So I thank the IC for a very complete report. I too, though, I'm finding it difficult to move forward with any sanctions for a councillor who is not present. I think if we can do a deferral on that aspect of this report, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to make a couple of comments and then get into the first of the motions that are in front of us as possibilities. One, I consider I very much appreciate the report that we received from the Integrity Commissioner. It obviously was a lot of things had to be taken into account by her to prepare that report, and including delays and additional things to investigate. And I do believe her that some of this work is no pleasure, and that just like we as council don't really want to reprimand our fellow councillors, I think that nonetheless we have a responsibility to behave fairly or appropriately, and that includes our relationship with staff, that includes our relationship with each other, or our relationship with the general public. I think it's unfortunate that we require codes of conduct and integrity commissioners, but unfortunately the reality is we do, because not everybody has the same sense of fairness or respect, so it's a process that I think we have to go through. I think in this case, in personal opinion, I agree with the overall findings. I think that there were breaches of our code that did take place. So what I'm going to do is read a series of motions, and after each motion, if there's going to be a discussion on that particular motion, we can have a discussion before I call the vote. But let's start going through that process, and we'll see how far we get and how the discussion goes.
Quick question.
Councillor Cooper.
Just wanted to understand about the motions that are coming forward. Has there been any attempt made to separate out respondent 1 and 2?
I can say to you, just wait and see, but yes.
I would think be fair,
Yeah.
given the feedback you've been getting.
Yes. So the first motion, I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council receive the Township of Georgian Bay complaint investigation number 060625 report as submitted by Suzanne Craig, Integrity Commissioner. This is simply receiving the report. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council hereby formally reprimand the actions of Councillor Bocek and Councillor Graziano per the findings as outlined in report for complaint investigation number 060625. So this is simply a reprimand, not sanctions. Councillor Hazelton.
I heard a minute ago from your response to Councillor Cooper that you were separating these two matters and your motion didn't separate them.
That's because this is a reprimand, this is not sanctions, and I figured the sanctions part I was planning on separating.
No, I think we have to consider it fully separately.
Quite willing to do that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council hereby formally reprimand the actions of Councillor Bocek per the findings as outlined in the report for complaint investigation number 060625. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council hereby formally reprimand the actions of Councillor Graziano for the findings as outlined in the report for complaint investigation number 060625. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, and I make 4. 4 in favor. That is carried. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a point of order.
Go ahead, please.
When I was the subject of a code of conduct complaint, I was removed from council desks and put in the audience. I could not speak to council as a sitting council member. And I'm wondering, does that mean that on this matter, because we have a single report, that Councillor Bocek really needs to be removed from participating in the voting on this?
If I understood it correctly, based on recent history and findings, Councillor Bocek would be removed from voting with regards to financial sanction because you'd have a pecuniary interest.
I understand that, but I was removed from council and sat in the audience for the discussion and presentation by our IC commissioner, and spoke to council from the audience. I was not considered at that point in time to be a councillor.
Well, I mean, I can't, I'm not, I don't want to revisit what we did 6 years ago, and maybe that was the practice at the time, but my understanding is at this time, and if perhaps I see Craig could confirm or deny, but at this time, I believe a councillor is allowed to speak to the matter except when it involves a pecuniary sanction. Ms. Craig.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. Councillor Hazelton, my memory may fail me at this time, but that may have been a 2018 report. Councillor Hazelton, the legislation was revised in 2019 to allow a member of council who was subject of a complaint report of the Integrity Commissioner to be at the dais, to speak to the matter. But if they have a pecuniary interest, i.e. the Integrity Commissioner has recommended a suspension of pay, they cannot vote on the matter related to themselves. In the matter before us, we have Councillor Bocek. I have not made a recommendation of suspension of remuneration for any amount of time, and therefore he may be at the dais. Based on the amendments to the legislation in 2019, he may vote on the matter, and he may also vote on the matter regarding the other respondent.
Thank you.
Thank you for a much more thorough response than I would have been able to provide. Appreciate that. Councillor Cooper.
Just briefly, I realizing I should have asked to have a recorded vote for the last vote, but I will from now on suggest that we have a recorded vote on these matters. Thank you.
Fair enough. Councillor, you're the clerk. Clerk Way, I will read subsequent motions, and if you wouldn't mind taking the vote, I'd appreciate it. So we now have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council hereby direct Councillor Bocek to formally apologize to staff as recommended in the report for complaint investigation number 060625 no later than December 8, 2025. Councillor Bocek.
And this would be the point where we'd have a discussion between council?
You can respond to this recommendation or this motion to apologize. Okay. If you like. Yes. Go.
Thank you. Thank you, and through your worship, I find the discipline of the Integrity Commissioner to be the way it should be, and that there's no recommendations for myself outside of an apology. If there had been an amount assessed to that, I probably would want to defend myself. But I find in this case that I don't, and I would genuinely apologize to staff, which I think I've done over and over again during the last 6 months. But to formally do it again is not a big deal for me. I think they know how I feel anyways. So in this format that we have here, I think it serves two purposes. One is to let the public know that you're fine with it or you're not fine with it. And you may want to defend yourself in the public eye. And I think that's important. Whereas today, I can let the public look at this for exactly what it is and make their decisions on me at any time. And I don't have any issue with that. So I accept the report from the Integrity Commissioner and also accept the recommendations. Thank you.
I read the motion already, right? Any other comments on this motion? Clerk Waig, if you wouldn't mind taking the vote, please.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
I vote in favor due to Councillor Bocek's request to get this over with. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Petco, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 5-2.
Mayor, did I hear 5-2?
5 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Councillor Hazelton voted against. Oh, Councillor Hazelton, did you vote yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. And obviously Councillor Graziano did not vote. He's absent.
Does that count as a no vote or not? It just doesn't count. Councillor Graziano.
An absent vote or refusal to vote is a no.
Now, I need a clarification from our clerk, if I may. The next motion would be with regards to Councilor Graziano apologizing. If enough people vote against it, does that mean it can't come? Like, I guess my question is, we could call the vote and we may get enough votes to carry. We may not. If we don't get enough votes to carry, does that mean we can't revisit this later? And therefore, should we be deferring it? I mean, I can do a straw poll in advance, but you understand what I'm asking?
So again, if an individual refuses to vote on a matter, that counts as a no vote, for clarification. If the motion is read, it needs to be called on and voted on in some capacity. Alternatively, council could waive the rules of procedure to defer this motion, which would be going against the code of conduct, and or have a motion to reconsider the next regular council meeting.
There. Does that mean we can't defer?
We have to, it'll be a double step if we decide to defer, because then we're going against her interpretation of the code of conduct.
No, so that's what we have to do.
I'm sensing from our council that there's a wish to allow Graziano to speak before any form of sanction takes place. And therefore, I could also, if I just don't read it, does it automatically? Let me put it this way. I don't want to fight council on deferring this, as much as I am a little frustrated by the accommodations that are required. I don't want to fight council on this. So I would like to take the Graziano sanctions and postpone them. I will probably call a special council meeting to do it, because I don't want to postpone it until February, because I think that's ridiculous. But that's what I would like to do with these. So I want to do this in the most, call it clerically responsible way.
Mayor,
Councillor Hazelton.
if you call a special meeting, I believe you must ensure that the appropriate parties are available to attend, and it's not just a kind of a pick a day kind of thing. I mean, we are entering a very dense period of time of personal commitments, and we don't have a scheduled meeting in January. We have a meeting in February. Is there a reason why we can't defer it till then?
Because I don't want to. It's that simple. And if I cannot get enough councillors together, obviously we won't have that special meeting. I don't think that's fair to anybody and everybody to defer this months down the road. I would. And the reason I'm being patient now, as our clerk crafts a motion. So the motion that Clerk Way has drafted is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council waive the rules of procedure to permit the deferral of consideration of recommendations and sanctions regarding Councillor Graziano to a future meeting at the call of the chair. Did you want this to be a recorded vote, or can I just call it generally? Councillor Cooper's asked for a recorded vote.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper's requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Sure, yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 6-1.
All right. Based on that, I'm going to read a couple more motions that are regarding Councillor Bocek, and I won't read any more motions regarding Councillor. Are there not any? Okay, so yeah, okay, so I'm not going to read any motions regarding Councillor Bocek. We're done. You've been reprimanded and you have been asked to apologize, or been instructed to apologize. All right, that I think is as far as we're going to go with this. We will have a meeting sometime in the future in which Councillor Graziano will be given a few minutes to respond to the report, and then we'll call the various votes required at that point. Ms. Craig, thank you very much for all your work on this and your patience with us. That I'm sure we have at times forced you to exercise your patience, and greatly appreciate the work you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Good day.
Thank you. Council, 10 minutes to 11. Let's take a break and I think the next item on our budget, is our agenda. Next item on our agenda is our budget, and we'll start that conversation at 11 o'clock, please. I'm going to ask all the Luddites in the room that we reconvene this meeting, or if that's the right terminology. Is that the right terminology, or just whatever? We're going to go with this. And the next item is what I heard was everybody's favorite budget. Ms. Radigan, would you care to give us a lengthy presentation on the budget, please?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier, to members of council. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the amendments that council approved for consideration in the 2026 budget at its meeting held on November 26th, and to establish a budget for the Township of Georgian Bay. The consolidated budget results in a net tax levy increase of 9.61%. This includes service enhancements and services provided by the SSEA. Council will, however, note there is a final decision that still needs to be made on core services provided to the township by the SSEA, which may change the outcome of the overall tax levy increase. As it stands now, the township's 2026 budget will result in a property tax increase of approximately $153 over 2025 for a property assessed at $538,000. That's pretty much all I have to say, but I would like to just provide a thanks to Councillor Jarvis in terms of providing, I know he wasn't outlined in today's presentation for the pictures, but he provided numerous pictures outside of the photo contest that did form part of the budget book this year. So thank you, Councillor Jarvis.
We have a photographer in our midst, is what you're saying? All right, council. You have seen the report. We have discussed this at some length, and now we have an opportunity to do it one more time. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Just want to make a quick note that, as we understand it, SSEA is having a meeting this week to discuss their revised funding formula, and I know we are considering having a special council meeting to discuss other matters. Perhaps we could have two agendas on the item. One is an update on the SSCA funding, as well as our other item, the conflict of interest item, or the integrity commissioner item.
Yes, I think that it could be a very real possibility, and SSEA is receiving the report from their consultants Wednesday morning this week, and so I'm hopeful that I'll be able to attend and hear the discussion that follows the presentation, and then have something to bring back to council, hopefully in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton. You are muted, sir.
Okay, I'm going to re-say that. Hopefully you can hear me. Sometimes words are important, and I just wanted to pick on a couple of words. In the resolution that will likely be read in the recommendation section of the report, it says that the SSEA be provided to staff for inclusion or exclusion, and I think I heard that it's being brought back to council, which is what we all agreed on. I just wanted to reconfirm that that is a council decision, not a staff decision.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine. That absolutely is a good outcome there.
Is that clear enough?
Yeah. So I do have a couple of other comments, if I may. And I want to apologize. Maybe I was sleeping at the switch, so to speak, but I felt then when we approved this budget last time with the 6.3 overall, whatever it was, increase, that it was both operational and capital. I didn't realize that at the time. The motion came and went, but since we are back re-looking at this, I wanted to highlight for my fellow councillors that bundled into this capital plan is a $380,000 retrofit of heat pumps for the main building and all kinds of other expenditures that are, we'll call them high-priced high price spend that could be done for a fraction. So instead of $380,000, we saw a report a while ago, I don't know when the date was, where instead of going for high priced heat pumps, we could go and just update our propane heater, and we could do it probably for $85,000 or something. So given the sensitivity that we exercised in all of the operational expenses, I could personal feeling, this has nothing to do with our finance department, just my own personal feeling is I was asleep at the switch and I didn't realize what we were approving in the capital plan. And now that I've dug into it and understood that the line items in there are predominantly for doing things that we don't need to do, and I cannot possibly justify those kinds of expenses for our community and our residents when we could achieve the needed functionality and heat, et cetera, in our township operations at a fraction of the cost. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Any response from staff on that, please? Ms. Engel, did I see your hand?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee. As part of the GHG study, they looked at areas where we would recover the cost over a period of time. So in essence, it's costing us more to put the heating system in, but we'll be paying less on an ongoing basis because we're using less consumables. So the items that have been identified are those items that through the GHG study was approved, I believe, 2024. That there was enough of a recoverable that it made sense to go ahead with that. So yes, we're paying more up front, but in the long run, we will be saving.
Eric, follow-up?
Sorry?
Do I have a follow-up?
You may.
So I appreciate what Director Engel said, and I'm not trying to suggest that these may not be good long-term decisions, but we're at the end of our council term next year, and I think that magnitude of a decision is something that we should be putting on as the responsibility for the next term of council, and that we should not be saddling our residents with this kind of cost, which is astronomical compared to what it could be in the short term, 3 to 5 years.
Director Engel, is astronomical the correct descriptive for the differential?
It is a big ticket item. Unfortunately, it was due for replacement last year. So it is at end of life cycle. We've used the current system as long as we can. We do have to replace it. So we can either go with the higher cost and look at a long-term savings, or we can go with the lower cost and we will be paying more year to year to year operationally.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, Councillor Hazelton's comments did spark a little bit of a recollection that I wanted to talk to some about this at the other item on our agenda for the items on the FCM grant, and whether or not the council's decision to pause or go forward on those items either individually or on a whole will have an impact on our budget and the numbers this year.
Ms. Radigan.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, to Councillor Predko. The impact on the budget, not necessarily. Those funds are sitting in reserve and would remain in reserves. There would be an impact to the grant, as that is a major item for the FCM grant, as it is specific to the GHG study.
Right. Okay, and then I'll save the rest of my questions on that then for the other discussion. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't having two conversations that were going to impact each other. Thank you.
Ms. Schneier.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I am just curious if it would be okay to perhaps hear and defend the FCM report in advance of your decision to approve the budget.
I would like to do the budget, and we'll get to that item a little later in the agenda. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through your worship, just some clarity. We talked about the SSEA, and being that I sit on the board, I'm sure there might be a conversation with the board members. Councillor Graziano sits at the committee level with SSEA, and if there is a discussion to be had there, I'm just wondering if he would be back in time to take part in that discussion.
I can't tell you what his travel plans are, other than I understand he's landing sometime later today.
Oh, okay.
I don't know anything further about his plans for the next.
Okay. Wow, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Just wanted to return to the issue of heating system and understand what the actual savings are on an annual basis that would justify the difference between 75,000 and 300 and whatever thousand. What is that savings? That's the first question.
I'm sorry, I don't have that information with me. It was in the GHG study that was approved 2 years ago. I can get that for you and send that to you.
Well, it's all sort of financial information that relate to a budget, and that's why I'm raising it, because it would be a significant difference. I understand that it was done some time ago, but I'm just concerned that it seems like an awful lot of money. And you know, I think the question from Councillor Predko it was important too, and while funding may come from reserves, we end up still having to fill the reserve bucket. So, you know, it's not a magical thing. So some think reserves are something we can just burn through, but I don't agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. To you, Councillor Cooper, I do have the report up on my screen here, and I just wanted to let you know two savings. The annual savings of switching to an air source heat pump over the traditional straight propane is $2,500 a year, but the net value of the overall savings is $195,000 for the life of the units.
How many centuries is that? I mean,
through you, Your Worship, I apologize, I can't hear.
All right. I said, how many decades or centuries are we talking about to achieve even the number that you've talked about?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Cooper, it is a lifespan of 20 to 30 years.
23?
20 to 30 years.
20 to 30 years, you might save that amount. It's $2,500 a year. That's a pretty low amount. Okay, thank you.
No,
Go ahead, Ms. Schneier.
Your Worship, the total savings of this entire portion of the GHG savings would be $195,000. I projected to you just the one utility savings, but the overall savings is where you see the real reduction in costs. And the secondary savings is the ability to reduce your greenhouse gases by 80% no later than 2030.
Still dollars and cents. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to comment, it is dollars and cents, but it's also the health of our environment. And I know that you and I don't fully agree on that, but I think if we can reduce greenhouse gases, I think it's important that we do that for future generations, not just for one term of office versus another. I also would like to comment that is part of a report plan moving forward that was approved a while ago, a couple of years ago, probably a year or two ago. And so that we already approved going down that program. And if I remember that program correctly, it was going to cost us $6 million to replace assets that needed to be replaced with significant greenhouse gas reduction versus $5 million to do it the old way. And to me, that extra $1 million spread out over the next 20 years is a wise investment for our future generations. So that's my little editorial on that. Did I see another hand up? Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, my question perhaps to Jennifer, it may be a technical question that you can't understand or have the answer to. The lifespan of this unit will depict a lot about the finance on this unit. If it needs to be replaced in 15 or 20 years, the formula you've given us would not make any sense at all. So if you could give me some idea, the unit that's currently in place must have been in place with a renewal date when it would become out of date or would need to be replaced. And we must be at that point to consider doing what we're planning on doing here. What is the lifespan of the new unit, and when are we going to go through this process again?
I think we've already heard, one, that the unit that's being replaced is well past its best before date, needs replacing, and two, the predicted lifespan of the replacement unit was 20 to 30 years.
I thought that was the savings was between 20 and 30 years, not the replacement of the unit.
Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. To you, District Councillor Bocek. You are right in both ends. The savings is over a 20 to 30 year span because that is the anticipated lifespan of the unit. The present unit was put in 25 years ago and was at end of life 2 years ago, but was identified last year as a priority project.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
I'm from Missouri when it comes to thinking that heat pump technology is going to last 20 to 30 years. I don't think anybody's had an air conditioner, central air, window, whatever that's lasted that long. But I can come back to Mayor, you're talking about doing the right thing with GHG gas as well. In our community here, we are a net consumer of GHG when you look at all the wetlands and trees and everything else. So I don't think this is a number one priority for our residents. And I think that, as I'll say it again, you like repetition, I know, this is not a decision of this magnitude that we should be looking at currently. This is something that the next term of council should consider because it's a 20 to 30 year window and not a 1 year window. So I'm very much opposed to us taking a step in this direction, and I think that needs to be yanked out of the capital plan.
I will respectfully disagree with you, and that I think this council, just like future council, should be looking long-term, not just end of this term, and we shouldn't be pushing the ball down the court. We should be making decisions ourselves. And while it may be possible, I don't know the numbers, it may be possible that this township is a net consumer of greenhouse gases. I'm willing to bet that most of our residents are not. Because most of our residents, 85% roughly, this is their seasonal home, and they travel back and forth between their regular home and here, and where their winter home may not be in such a beneficial situation.
So follow up on that, Mayor. I have been asking every time anybody talks to us about GHG gases for somebody to do an analysis of our entire township and not just the buildings. And nobody is prepared to do that. And so you've just made a statement where you believe one thing, and I've done the research and I've done calculations, and I can demonstrate the other, that we are a net consumer, regardless of what the travel is and the boats and everything else. And so we're in this stalemate where we don't have a authority to give us the data. So we need to stop putting our own opinions out there, you especially as mayor trying to influence council, that we're in this state. We are looking at a huge dollar expense compared to what an alternate dollar expense would be. And we're saddling the township with a 25 to 30-year window of hopefully getting some funds back. I don't think that this is a decision we should be making today.
I believe Councillor Hazelton and I have an equal right to you in trying to influence council decisions. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to this particular point of discussion, I guess to my way of thinking, we are very much a rural township, and the amount of building area that is taken up by buildings in our township is minuscule compared to, let's say, Markham or anything in the GTA, where these kinds of there might be justification. I just don't see it in this rural environment, and there are very few buildings here, and this is a high expense, and I can guarantee you that the majority of our constituents are going to be shocked already about how high an increase we have in our budget, and this might be a way of helping to avoid some of that. Thank you.
Director Engel.
Just to clarify, this is not impacting the budget. This was in the 2020 approved for the 2024 capital budget. This is a carry forward item from 2025, and the unit is at the end of its life cycle, so we do have to replace it this year.
If I may, Mayor, but isn't that 75,000 or 80,000 to replace it? How much is to replace it? Just using propane power, so to speak.
I can't respond to that. I don't have the appropriate quotes.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor, and I promise this will be the last time on this round.
Don't make promises when you can't predict the future.
My question is to staff. I think we're setting a precedence here, and we have other buildings within the township, say the community center, the library in Mactier, the arena in Mactier. There is a lot of other buildings in this township that probably are getting close to their end of life. And if we set an example here, reducing our carbon footprint on this building, if we start doing that with all our buildings, we're going to be into a huge, huge amount of money. And I'm just wondering if that's been taken into consideration. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that for a number of councillors that perhaps we can look up or we can send links or whatever to the report that we approved. I'm going to say 2 years ago because I don't remember the exact date. And again, I'm going to go back to the $6 million versus $5 million expenditure over the next half dozen years or so. I think was roughly the window. And I also want to comment versus what I heard recently from Councillor Cooper. Many residents in this township have said to me on a regular basis that they believe we should be doing what we can to reduce greenhouse gases. So, and many of them are willing to spend more money to reduce greenhouse gases because they think that's the responsible thing to do for future generations. So I respect the viewpoints of Councillors Hazelton and Cooper. I just happen to strongly disagree.
Good.
Oh, I thought last time was your last time, Councillor Bocek.
But you addressed Councillor Cooper and Councillor Hazelton after I had spoke. So my question was, we have a lot of other buildings in this township, and as their product becomes renewable, would we move in the same direction with this type of unit to save on emissions, or would we simply replace them status quo?
C.O. Mariotti?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coutier. I think there's still that financial component and payback. So as Ms. Schneier has mentioned, and again, we can share the data with council again, but there is an eventual payback that it doesn't, even though the upfront cost is higher over the life cycle of the unit, we're still saving money in terms of its. Now, if down the road, as we as the other facilities we start having failure, and then we look at the numbers and say, well, hang on a minute, to replace a current unit with an electric unit does not make absolutely any financial sense. Then obviously we'll look at that again and say, do we really want to continue going down this road? We've done comparisons with electric vehicles. There is some applicability for a township to invest in electric vehicles. However, for public works activities, for example, it just doesn't make sense. So that's why we're still purchasing gas-powered vehicles. So we'll always make that balance of greenhouse gas versus what would truly make sense for us.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just wanted to make the comment again that our capital plan is as we know, it's a 30 to 50 year plan with things having a lifespan of anywhere from 5 to 50 years. This being an election year, I don't think we can pull some things out strictly because it's an election year. Everything that is in that plan, I think, has been in the asset management plan for refresh, and it would be a revisit of the whole plan rather than just pulling out 1 or 2 items today. So I'm really in favor of looking at the long term on this and the savings that we're going to get, and just trying to make sure we're doing the right thing to preserve our reserves for the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing any more hands, I'm going to read the motion. And it's moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the report from the Director of Finance regarding the 2026 proposed budget dated December 1st, 2025 be received, and that the 2026 consolidated operating budget with an overall tax levy increase of 9.61% be approved, and that a final decision on core services provided by the Severn Sound Environmental Association be provided to staff for inclusion or exclusion of $97,225 within the 2026 base budget.
Recorded vote, please.
And that the 2026 annual capital budget with net capital expenditures totaling $5,262,627 and net capital funding total of $5,262,627 be approved, and that a bylaw to approve the fees and charges for 2026 be presented for consideration at the December 1st, 2025 meeting of council for final approval, and that council waive the 30-day amendment period and the 2026 mayor's budget be adopted. All
Mayor?
those in favor, Clerk Way.
Mayor, point of order.
Councillor Hazelton.
The words that you have on that resolution regarding SSCA do not explicitly talk about coming to council. They only talk about staff. And I don't want to be, I just don't think we want to leave the word council. It comes back to and is considered by council.
What if we replace the word staff with council?
Anything to guarantee that the words clearly identify it has to come to council.
Councillor Jarvis and Predko, do you consider that a friendly amendment?
You repeat where we're doing this? Sorry, I'm missing it.
On the SSEA line, we're saying that association be provided to council for inclusion or exclusion.
I would agree with that revision.
Councillor Predko, friendly amendment. Okay, amendment's been made.
And Councillor Cooper was asking for a recorded vote.
Yes, the motion is now in our clerk's hands.
Let the record show Councillor Cooper requested a recorded vote. Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 4-2.
Thank you. All right. Next item on our agenda, strategic.
Mayor, could I just ask a question here?
Yes.
In all other previous votes where there was a non-vote that was counted as a no, wouldn't this be a 4-3 as opposed to 4-2?
Clerk Way.
Yes.
Yeah, it's four in favor, 2 against, 1 absent.
Correct.
Which is no.
Which means
And
it's
absence is
not affirmative. It's not a yes. Yeah. Yeah. It, depending upon how you want to look at it, you can interpret in different ways.
It's counted as a no.
It effectively, I mean, we got 4 votes that are in favor, so even if everybody was present, it would still carry.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Strategic IT Master Plan for Municipal Modernization, additional funding. Mr. Jones, are you here just to present this report?
Yes, you got it.
You're on, sir.
All right. I'm here today to recommend awarding the contract of the Township's Strategic IT Master Plan to Blackline Consulting for a total of $44,000 plus non-rebatable HSD. Council approved $35,000 in the 2025 budget for this project. The remaining $9,774 will come from the IT reserve. We contacted 5 qualified vendors for quotes, but only received a proposal from Blackline Consulting. Although we heard back from all other vendors, they lacked familiarity with the ERP systems that we currently have and decided not to participate in the future strategic planning. We've worked with Blackline before, we completed the full report and they successfully helped us guide us to our current position today. They work with numerous townships and municipalities, so we're confident that will bring insight and expertise needed for both the short-term and long-term IT planning. For these reasons, I'm recommending that Council award the contract to Blackline Consulting.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions on this particular item?
Mayor?
Council Cooper.
If I may, just a couple of quick questions. Excuse me if I missed it, but you said that some did not come forward because of you say ERP system?
Yeah, Enterprise Resource Planning. So,
Fancy, okay,
yeah.
some letters.
Yeah.
and they're not familiar with it. Is that TownSuite? TownSuite?
That's correct. TownSuite is our enterprise resource planning software, and that was a recommendation on the previous report that we're currently still implementing it, but we've got about 90% of the way there, so they didn't have much to add to it.
So, sorry, aside from Blackline, who else is familiar with it?
Oh, they're familiar with it, but that's normally would be the recommendation of where to go futurizing it to implement an ERP system. So considering we already have one implemented, they opted out to not participate and provide another proposal.
Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm just curious from an accounting standpoint. So to our Director of Finance, we're proposing to take money from reserves to cover this. Do we have a way of replenishing those reserves other than via taxes?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Jarvis. The original budget was to come from the IT reserve regardless. The IT reserve is actually quite healthy. It has about $700,000 currently sitting in it. And the idea is we do try to replenish it and to ensure on a regular basis that we have funds to replace our laptops. And I think COVID was one of the times that we realized we did need to replenish it. We have received lots of grants from ministries as well in terms of updating our IT software. But other than taxes, that is truly our only revenue source for IT.
Follow up if it's okay with the mayor. We have a healthy reserve for IT. We can't use that money anywhere else.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Jarvis. It is a discretionary reserve, so it really does depend on council. If council would like to redirect some of the funds to another area, they are welcome to do so.
So further than, I presume we would be ill-advised to do so, but it is a possibility then.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, a question for Mark in IT. The contract, is that for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? What's the extent of this contract?
We're looking for a short-term and a long-term plan. So we've asked them to put together a 3 to 5 year plan and then up to 10 years as well. So we can get some more longevity out of it.
So the current short-term plan is a 1 year plan for the 40,000?
No, it'll be, the report that they provide us will provide us a report for a 3 to 5 year plan, which is pretty standard for these types of things. And then we've also tacked on, we'd like a long-term report for up to 10 years of where we should be headed towards.
And when do you expect that report roughly?
We're hoping to bring it back in May of next year. Yeah.
Okay, so with this company you're going to be using, are they going to be available to answer all your questions on a daily, weekly, monthly basis? In other words, it's going to be you in the IT department and you have another source to help you with all your issues day to day?
Director Radigan.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Bocek. This is not a contract. It's just a consulting long-term contract. This is simply a consultant. We are hiring to help us create a short and long-term financial strategy. We currently had a strategy, we no longer do. This would be something they would come and present to council as well, and it's not an ongoing contract.
Oh, okay, I was misunderstood. So this $40,000 is basically going to have somebody tell us what our IT department needs to do in the way of security for years going forward.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Bocek. Not only in terms of security, it's more so in terms of looking at our systems and finding efficiencies. We're also requesting they look at our systems for cost savings. I know Council is also interested in a customer resource management system, so we're trying to ensure that we integrate that as well as a high priority.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly, it's not, I'm in support of what you're trying to do here. I just wanted to highlight the issue of reserves, and I think it's something that we need to be mindful of. And I do recall Councillor Edwards would say to us, by the way, he was not only a CA, but an MBA as well. And his comment about reserves is that there's no magic bullet. Essentially, it's money that we have to make up sooner or later. So he may have expressed it quite a bit differently than in accounting ways, but I'm just saying that typically we have to find the money at some point. And I think we should remember that. It's not magic. It's required to raise the money, tax our ratepayers, etc. Let's not forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I move by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that the report regarding strategic IT master plan for municipal modernization additional funding be received, and the council authorize the award of a contract to Blackline Consulting in the amount of $44,000 plus applicable HST, and the council approve additional funding in the amount of $9,774.43, including non-rebatable HST, to be drawn from the Information Technology Reserve. All those in favor? All right, I got more than enough hands. That is carried. Thank you very much. Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Community Building Retrofit. Ms. Schneier.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. This is a proposal that's coming forward to you that we have, as staff, worked on quite a bit. This does come back to the GHG study analysis, and we, as of late on Friday, were advised that we have been approved to move forward with a full application to FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, for their climate adaptation plan. To summarize what this report speaks about, this program will sunset on December 19th, in that the 25% grant money to support municipalities that are replacing items identified in the GHG study is sunsetting. So that means it will no longer be available. And also we are unsure of what the new grant amount will be, but we were advised by staff it certainly will be less than 25%. We moved forward with the initial application and then were later advised that in order to be recipients of the grant, we also needed to accept a loan. And while we didn't need the loan, the Director of Finance Treasury and I met with FCM to get a better understanding of what that meant for the municipality. So while I'm the author of the report, and thank you for the opportunity, financial questions might also be best directed to Director Radigan because this does have a bit of an impact on the municipality with respect to debentures. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Ms. Radigan, I'm going to ask you if you have any comments on the loan aspect of this before I turn it to council, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Coutier, to members of council. This was something that we did sit down and review, and ultimately it is a grant, but at the same time it is a loan. There are definite positives to it and some drawbacks as well. And so I do hope that they are outlined within the report and council has enough information to make a decision.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, so point of clarification, I'm not sure who I direct this to, but perhaps our Director of Sustainability would be best. It says in the background that FCM will fund 80% of the capital costs. Am I misunderstanding? Is FCM not covering 80% of the costs? Or are they covering 80% so long as we take out a loan for $600,000 that they end up giving us money back on? Or I mean, are we recovering?
Through you, Your Worship.
I see us paying not the bulk of it, so I don't understand.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Jarvis, in short answer, yes, that is the situation, that their perception of 80% funding includes 55% loan and 25% grant. So Director Radigan has done an analysis of what the municipality could earn back on the loan portion, which could be recovered over the 10 years, and has provided us with that, it is possible that we may actually have the money working to our advantage, but there's no guarantee of that. And the overarching concern about this is that this isn't the end of it. There will be, and there are various recommendations to do any type of end-of-life replacement for all 15 buildings across the municipality. And it appears that the funding model of 80% funding, which has certainly been advertised, the fine print of it is that 55% is a loan debenture that cannot be paid back prior to 10 years, but you do get the 25% grant. In this case, the non-repayable grant is just over $200,000, and the debenture is, I think, about $600,000. You can appreciate that if the total cost is $1 million, that's kind of how we get to 80%. Our concern is that we will, after these projects are done, certainly not in this term of council, but the next terms of council, we may be coming back to you again and asking you to take another debenture in order to get the grant. So I think with this head scratcher, I'm wondering whether or not you could spend a moment talking to Director Radigan about how our money would make money for us, possibly.
Director Radigan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier, to members of council. The way I understand this grant to work is we do have a minimum of 10 years to repay the funds. We are receiving a loan in the amount of $600,000. We are at the same time moving towards investing those funds and investing them through the prudent investor status. So ultimately, I'd like to see us return the amount of interest, we would have a higher return on the amount of interest that we'd be paying over those 10 years, as well as we wouldn't be tying up those funds our own funds, and we'd have more of a positive cash flow. As a result of that, we are ultimately receiving a grant. Is it in the full amount of the 200,000? I would say it may result in that at the end of the 10 years. But in terms of proceeding with this, it is an odd scenario. I haven't seen any other granting organization approve a grant and a loan. However, it's not something that I would shy away from. It allows us to increase our cash flows and pay back a loan over 10 years while making interest on their funds.
Well, if it, please, Mayor. All you have both done is totally muddy the waters even further for myself. I don't even know if I can ask the right question here. Is FCM loaning us, sorry, are they giving us 80% of this cost, or are they not? That's just simple question, yes or no?
No.
Why is it in here as reading that way, or am I reading it incorrectly? They will fund 80% of capital costs. That to me means they are taking care of the funding on that.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, they are funding us the cash for 80%, and we are repaying a portion over 10 years.
Just like you do with your mortgage company.
And okay, and just as a follow-up then to our Director of Finance, I value your opinion on this. I got the impression that you think this might be a good idea, but I'm trying to figure out, I don't think I followed your rationale. So if you could help me weed that out. I mean, we will be paying interest on any money we borrow. That to me is money that goes out the door. Nothing comes back on that interest. Wouldn't we be better investing the same amount of money in gaining interest and using that to pay off these things as well?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Jarvis, absolutely great question. So look at it in terms of rather we're paying out 123,000 in interest over 10 years. We're gaining 600,000 immediately and investing 600 rather than saving 123,000. So ultimately the interest that we'll make on the grant will outweigh what we're paying in interest.
Which, excuse me, if it pleases the mayor, just brings me back to my original question. So we're getting $600,000 from FCM and we're paying interest on that $600,000, but at the same time, we get the $600,000. And you think we can earn more interest than what we're paying out as far as the loan is concerned?
Through Mayor Coutier, that's correct. Forming part of the Prudent Investor Status Program, I do believe we can pay more. We can receive more in terms of interest than what we're paying. Absolutely.
So this would be a net gain for the municipality.
That is the idea. Even though we're paying the 123,000, there is still a portion that is granted that would not exist if we didn't go this route.
We'll give Councillor Pretko a turn.
Thank you, and through your worship. So thank you, Councillor Jarvis, for basically trying to ask the same questions that I was going to ask. This is very, obviously not as standard as what we thought we were signing up for. This reminds me of the 80s when you applied for OSAP. They gave you a grant of $2,000 and they could give you a loan of $6,000. And I think that's kind of exactly what we're looking at today. And you had to pay back the loan after you graduated. And here we are. They're expecting us to graduate in 10 years. So I guess
can't be old enough to know what happened in the 80s.
Sadly, I am. So the information that you've received, the annual interest rate is somewhere between 3.68 and 4.6%. So you're confident that the one investment group will have a better return annually than the interest rate?
Through you,
I
Mayor
guess to our Director of Finance.
Yes, through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Pretko. I do believe that our high interest savings account is equivalent to that currently. So a prudent investor status is a different type of portfolio. It's similar to our equity fund where we would see a higher return.
But it's not guaranteed, but we would hope to get a higher return.
That's correct.
And these interest rates are fixed from FCM, or are they to be reviewed on a 3-5 year basis? I couldn't quite figure out. I mean, I know there's a 10, 20, 30 year term, but I don't know if those are fixed rates or if they're variable.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Pretko, those would be fixed rates, except we have not locked in the grant or the loan at the moment. So they become fixed rates at that time, and they use Infrastructure Ontario rates. And they are a provincial body that does provide loans to municipalities and other non-for-profits.
Okay. Thank you for these clarifications. It helps greatly because when I first read the report, I thought this was not a good situation that we wanted to be in, that $125,000 would be really just 75. We're not, it doesn't read that it's in our favor, but understanding that you would take advantage of the investment opportunities of having that money in the bank would obviously changes the equation a little bit. Thank you.
Director Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to comment to Councillor Pretko's analysis of OSAP. In this particular case, you actually have the $6,000 in a bank account making money for you. And I think that's where it turns into an advantageous opportunity for the municipality because this money is already sitting in reserves. Essentially, we didn't need it. So we're going to allow the money to work in our favor. Whereas in OSAP days, we didn't have a penny.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and at the risk of sounding like being negative on so many expenditures, I guess I am in some sense. I apologize for that, but I am trying to keep in mind that we're loading up our constituents with big bucks. We're a small township, low population. We have one big drain already in MacTier. It costs us a lot of money every year. We're adding to the drain at our township, and I'm very concerned about that, and I think we need to keep that in mind. We are low population, low number of buildings, and let's not forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Why, thank you. I have a question for Director Radigan. We just passed a budget. Is this in the budget?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Hazelton, there is no need for the capital projects are, yes, within the capital budget, but there is no increase to the carrying costs that you see within our existing budget because those would be offset by our existing reserves.
Not sure I really understand you there. Here's what's going through my mind. We have money in the reserves. We're making money on those reserves because we're not spending them. So if we get a grant and a loan and we say we're going to make money off the loan, what money are we spending? We're spending the money out of reserves, right? So if we're spending money out of the reserves, then we're basically saying, I got $10 in reserve, and I'm going to get a loan for $10, but I have to spend the $10 because I'm going to go do this project. So I'm only left with $10 now, and I'm supposedly making interest spread on what is costing me for that $10 versus what I'm investing that $10 in, which is going to be a trivial amount because we're a municipality. We have to be very conservative in our investment strategies. So how much money are we going to make on the spread of the interest rates? That's bizarre that we would, as a municipality, think we're going to make any significant amount of money. But more importantly, if we got money sitting in our reserves, presumably that's making whatever we can because of our prudent investor strategies. So I guess I'm very confused about all of that. But I guess I'm more confused about the fact that, and I'm going to say something that's going to be a little challenging for some people to hear, but we have had several projects over the last couple of terms where when I talk about with these projects with the people in the community, they say, why are you taking government grants to build things that we may or may not need, that then saddle us with annual funds required to be set aside for those projects that we never had before? And somewhat to Councillor Cooper's comment, we keep adding and adding and adding, and just because somebody's going to give us a little bit of money here doesn't mean it's going to be a good deal. And we have to be really careful about what we're doing here. And I think if this is not explicitly in the budget that we have just approved, and if this is going to put us further into debt, my take is no, let's stop. We've got to stop spending. I mean, we have a budget that is 9% uptick. That's not to the consumer or the resident, but it's 9% uptick from our township compared to what it was. I mean, 9%. We have to be far more accountable to our residents than that. And just because we can, make it look because the district had a low interest rate, a low increase rate, that overall it's only 6. Well, that's not the number. The number is 9. Anyways, I said enough. I just find that we need to pause on some of these things, and this is an opportunity.
CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So this request is not asking for money so that we can find things to spend money on. This request is to pay for items that have been identified that are end of life that need to be replaced based on the assets that the township has. This option, and I'm not sure if this was clear enough or not from the outset, but this option includes 25% of free grant money. You don't have to repay that. You're not borrowing it. It's out of the, let's say, $100,000 that you're getting. $25,000 of that is grant money that we can put towards items that we need to replace. And then the rest, as we've had this conversation, is to be repaid back through a loan over 10 years. And, worst case, the interest that we're paying back to the finance company over 10 years is the interest that we make on our own investments, and then it's a wash for 10 years. But I just want to bring the point back that we're not just wanting to spend this money for new items. These are items that we have made it very clear to council that we need to look after. Otherwise, we have to then review what level of service does this township want to give to its ratepayers.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, is that a new hand or the old hand?
An old hand.
Okay, so
it's an old hand.
Sorry. A couple of comments I want to make. One is, I think, yes, it is important to understand that much of what we're talking about here is replacement, not new capital assets. And some of these things here will end up with lower operating costs, not higher operating costs when they're done, which I think is also very important. To Councillor Hazelton's point about when we have assets, they come with operating costs. Third point I want to make is that I believe sometime in the new year we will be getting a assets report from operations in which we will have, I'm sure, very thorough discussions as to what we should be doing with all those assets and whether or not they are worth it long term. And I think that's going to be a very important discussion. When I look at this whole thing, we're talking about $1 million, of which 200,000 or roughly 20% could be paid for through this grant. Another 60% of all those costs, or $600,000, is in a, I'm going to call it forced loan, which frankly offends me. I think it's ridiculous that this organization wants us to agree to a loan as a condition. Like, we should have the option of, I mean, I think it's wonderful they offer the option, don't misunderstand me, but we don't require it. And so that to me is a disappointing aspect of this whole thing. Having said that, I think it's important for us to understand that this $600,000 loan at its, was it 3.86% or something is the rate that we expect over the life of that loan that we can earn back maybe the same amount, maybe slightly less, hopefully more. In other words, the interest cost hopefully is not actually a net cost to us. And other than, you know, the paperwork pain of having to pay back this loan over the next 10 years. And I'm certain that you won't go for the 20 or 30-year options on this. We'll minimize that. So to me, as much as I'm unhappy about the forced aspect of the loan, the fact that we can arrange our affairs in such a way that hopefully that loan will actually not cost us anything and possibly earn us slightly. I think this is in spite of that, I think this is worthwhile because we're going to get $200,000 or 20% of the cost of these updates, which are necessary because many of these items are at end of life at this point. And then the replacements will have lower operating costs. I think it makes sense for us to accept the loan because the $200,000 net grant, if I can call it that, is ours nonetheless. And so to me, it makes sense to go ahead with this because it allows us to do upgrading that is necessary, or replacement, I guess is the right term. Do the replacements necessary with something that's upgraded and with a portion of that cost covered. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. Just very briefly and through you, Mayor. Question to our Director of Finance again, and this is really just looking at what impact this will have on our debt ratio. So right now I know we have the treatment plant in MacTier and $1.5 million in a debt. We're going to obviously increase that with these debentures. And at which point does it become a concern?
Through you, Mayor Coutier. I think ultimately that was one of my concerns as well, is that it is increasing our debt ratio and tying up our debt unnecessarily. And I think ultimately that would be why I was hesitant, but it is at a very small fraction. We've only utilized about 11% of our annual repayment limit. So we do have lots of flexibility.
And as a follow-up, if the terms of the loan, I mean, we will have the money in reserve because we didn't spend it on the project up front. If we came to a point where we were concerned about our debt ratio and we wanted to pay back the loan early, do you know, is there provisions in here for us to do that, or we have to maintain the schedule and okay, thank you.
Yeah, the good news is it'll be going down by $60,000 a year in capital contributions. I presume it's spread out evenly. Councillor Cooper, please.
Yes, I did put my hand up again. Thank you. I'm just going to be very brief. And I know this sounds like a very simplistic analogy, but I'm going to use it anyway. And that is that, especially going into the Christmas season, we go into a store and we see something for sale on $1 million. We're going to give 25% off and we can put it on our Visa. I don't think our constituents want us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I see this as a responsible approach to this whole thing. I think Councillor Cooper's analogy is somewhat out of line with respect to what's being proposed here based on my current understanding. I only asked somewhat facetiously what person we're borrowing the money from, or has that been dictated by FCM as well?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Jarvis. We do believe they are dictating it, but it is through IO, which is the provincial body that we would use if we would be looking for an external loan ourselves.
So it isn't one of Premier Ford's relatives that's lending us the money. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to read the motion, and then the motion said that I can fill in options 1 or 2, but I'm going to put in option 1 simply because option 2 is, if option 1 is defeated, we'd automatically be going to option 2. So I'm just going to read it with option 1, and option 1 for refresh everybody's memories, continue with the application for the community building retrofit and accept a grant in the amount of $200,733, a loan of $602,319 for a total funding consideration of $803,092. That's option 1. So I have moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to proceed with option 1 as provided in Sustainability and Communications Report 2025-210 regarding funding considerations from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Mayor, can we call for a recorded vote, please?
Councillor Cooper beat you to it.
There you go. He didn't have his mic on. I didn't hear him.
Can you ask them both to sing in harmony for the first vote, Clerk Wayne?
1, 2, 3, la la.
Councillor Hazelton can go ahead of me. I'm quite fine with that. Thank you.
I was going to suggest Councillor Hazelton so he could have a turn today, just so I'm reading them in a different order. Let the record show Councillor Hazelton's requested a recorded vote. Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Coutier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 4-3.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest we do the referral bonus policy report, the last staff report we have, and then break for lunch. So, Ms. Buchanan, you're on.
Let's jump to the vote.
Through the mayor to members of council. The referral bonus policy was originally updated by council in December of 2022. It has been reviewed and updated to ensure clarity while maintaining its original intent. The policy continues to encourage internal employees to assist in attracting top external talent to the township. We have added language to clarify that the policy applies to full-time permanent positions, long-term contracts of 12 months or more, and volunteer firefighter positions. The policy does not apply to short-term contracts, such as 3-month summer student positions. These updates aim to prevent misinterpretation of the policy and ensure consistent application. The intent and overall structure of the policy remain the same, and staff recommend that council approve the revised policy as presented.
Basically, a housekeeping update?
Basically.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
I'm all for housekeeping, and I appreciate you guys reviewing it. I'm just curious, how successful has the program been to date?
So 6 staff members have received the referral bonus policy so far. I did double check, so 4 in 2023, none in 2024, and 2 in 2025. There has been more referrals made than that, just some of them weren't actually the selected candidate.
So you may have just answered that. So of the referrals that came in, how many of those people are or were eventually hired?
So we had 6 hired. I don't have the total number of referrals offhand.
Oh,
but
those are 6 hires?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I do support this. I just wanted to ask a question. I'm going from memory here, but it seems to me this must have been approved by the previous term of council because it was in December. I mean, the election is in November, but the new council doesn't start, I think, until January, does it? So this could have been the last council? I'm just curious.
I can, through you, Mayor Kuti, I can confirm that this conversation on this topic did commence certainly at the previous council.
And did they vote, though, actually to approve it?
This as an overall package came to council, I believe, in August of 2022, and it wasn't just the bonus component. There were other components to attract and retain staff, and council at that time was fully fully endorsed it.
But we don't know. It was
adopted in December, so it would be this council that adopted it in our first meeting.
I thought the new council comes into play in January. No?
November 15th.
That's when there's a vote, I guess.
No, October's the vote, and then we've been
November.
sworn in.
Okay, so that's all I want to know. So we are guilty as charged.
If you prefer to look, or we can take the credit.
I'm kidding. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopt the referral bonus policy as presented. All those in favor? And I have more than enough votes to say that is carried. Thank you very much. All right, council, we're going to break at 12:16 for lunch. We got lots of things to do before we go into close, so we don't want to do a close before then. Council, half an hour or 3/4 an hour for lunch? All right, we're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock because one councillor spoke up and wanted extra time. The rest of you are too quiet. So we'll restart at 1 o'clock, and I'll do my best to make that sharp. Thank you. Oh, I have to repeat myself. Councillor Hazelton, you're on. Water quality monitoring program. We're now in new business, and if you could start off our afternoon, it would be appreciated.
Thank you. Cheery, good afternoon to everybody, and hopefully everybody has read the report. No need to dive into it. There was a little bit of a preamble there that helped us understand where we are, and quite clearly finding people to help us in the water quality area is a challenge. And thanks to some efforts by Councillor Cooper and others, we appear to have a potential leader who she is kind of in standby mode, waiting to be approved to move forward.
All right. Council, any questions? We'll start with Councillor Jarvis, please.
Curious, any relation to Carl?
Daughter.
Thank you.
Well, that was simple. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. So I am in complete agreement with the intent of this motion. My only concerns that I would ask for a friendly amendment for is to alter the wording slightly to ensure that it's not implying that council is hiring this employee, as we don't have employees, only the CAO, and as well that the recommendation for a single source procurement is going to staff, so that we're not interfering with the procurement process directly. And I'm hoping that's all right with both our clerk and our mover and seconder.
I'm going to check with the clerk first, please.
Apologies. So after the agenda was published, I was then just timing of this coming forward and everything else. I didn't get comments from finance to confirm the procurement policy process until after it had to go out on the agenda. So the version we have in front of us today is be it resolved that council waive the procurement policy bylaw to retain Kim Schaefer as water quality program manager, the consultant, for a term up to 1 year. So any further references to the procurement policy that was in the draft resolution have been removed because council doesn't have, as you're correct, the authority to hire someone or to sole source. So you just need to waive the rules of the procurement policy.
Okay, I mean, that is fine with me. And then just making sure that I think there's the wording around hiring of Ms. Schaefer, and I just want to make sure that that is also worded appropriately, that the hiring is coming from staff and not from council. I think as right now it's just a statement. It's not, I have to find this item where it is again in the.
Okay, I'm just wondering though, further to your point, Councillor Predko, the first point reads, at least in the motion in front of me, waive the procurement policy bylaw to retain Kim Schaefer as water quality program manager. I'm wondering if we should just insert waive the let me try again. Waive the procurement policy bylaw to allow staff to retain.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
And key, it's not an employee, it's a consulting assignment.
Yeah, but I think it's important that it's clear that we as council will not be hiring this consultant.
Understood. Yep,
yeah, I just want to make sure that it's not council that's directing.
Anything else, Councillor Predko?
No, thank you. That was all.
Councillor Cooper.
Just on the point that's being raised, and you could also use words like engaging a consultant. It's really what we're doing here. It's typical language when you're dealing with a consultant. But I just wanted to also say that Ms. Schaefer has been trained very extensively. I think there's a 10-year study that was done by Dr. Carl Schaefer and Kim Schaefer. In fact, I think she did a lot of this work during that period. So very comprehensive. One of the, Dr. Schaefer did some astounding work on water quality and set sort of the standard, so to speak. So I think we're finding somebody here that can do that work. And she's not going to be working with us exclusively anyway. This is a consulting engagement. It's not a full-time job. And it may be at parts of the year, especially in the spring, getting people trained, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, just wanted to clarify that part of it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Well, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. One is, can I presume from this report that the water quality working group is in favor of this? I'm seeing a head nod. That's good enough for me. And I'm going to go to our staff member, our water quality, not quite guru, if I remember, you didn't like that word last time. To the best of your knowledge and your colleagues, is this also a reasonable request?
I absolutely do. I think she'll be a great addition for the process of moving forward for at least a period of a year.
Okay, thank you. There was no real sort of qualifications there. You just said go. All right. Council, any other questions or comments? Oh, CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Just a quick comment in addition to what Ms. Nicholson has to say, and she sounds like she is a great addition, but the whole point of this as well is to allow Ms. Nicholson to take a step back as well and not to add an increasing workload on Ms. Nicholson, because we do have a great resource in Ms. Schaefer. So we need to use Ms. Schaefer for replacing in part, I'm sorry, Kaylee, Ms. Nicholson.
I guess my mic wasn't on. I apologize. Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you. And again, just a quick question to the clerk through the mayor. And I just wanted to, oh, actually, I guess it's perhaps also to our Director of Finance, just to ensure that we're referencing the money is coming from the funds that were approved in the 2026 budget.
It does
say per the approved. That's true. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper?
This will be very brief. I just wanted to say that in light of the remarks from our CAO with respect to Ms. Nicholson, I think it's important to note that the expectation from the water group, we'll call it, and everybody else is that Ms. Nicholson would retain her role as a liaison, so to speak, with the township, as opposed to doing all the grunt work. If that was sort of our thinking anyway. We still need a champion on staff. So, thank you. She's in agreement with that.
You were just called a champion. All right, I'm going to read the motion. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council waive the procurement policy bylaw to allow staff to engage Kim Schaefer as Water Quality Program Manager, the consultant, for a term of up to 1 year. Approve up to $40,000 plus applicable HST, inclusive of fees and disbursements for 1 year term. Authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement with the consultant in a form satisfactory to the CAO to issue any required purchase orders and ancillary documents to give effect to this resolution. Funds are to be allocated per the approval of the 2026 operating budget. The consultant shall provide a detailed work plan schedule and QA/QC approach within 15 business days of contract start, which is to include ideas and plans on how to leverage the expertise of some of the members of the Water Quality Working Group. B, bi-monthly progress updates shall be provided to the Water Quality Monitoring Working Group and a year-end report to Council. And C, a final deliverables package, including data sets, metadata, QA/QC records, and recommendations for the subsequent monitoring year, no later than 30 days prior to the end date of the agreement. And 6, any change orders or expenditures exceeding the $40,000 limit require prior council approval. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I make 6. That's a go. Thank you very much. Well, this is 2 pages, isn't it? Okay. Now we're into the consent agenda. The consent agenda has, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 items on it, mostly minutes. Council, any items that you wish to discuss or pull from the consent agenda? Councillor Jarvis.
Sorry, just a point of clarification there. I see that a couple of these items have been, there are addendums further down in the agenda for today. Does that mean that they are automatically pulled for review, or
No.
they're still part of the consent agenda?
Pretend they're right here.
Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Predko.
Could we discuss 11E, please?
Quarterly financial results. Start the discussion, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Through
you here. Just a question to our Director of Finance, and it's with regards to the cost recovery item of $120,000. I'm just noticing that it's both, well, it's an actual, but it's not budgeted, and I'm just wondering if this is a timing issue, or is there some other significant item that came through that we weren't able to recover for?
Director Radigan.
Through you, Mayor Couture, just give me one moment so I can just take a quick look at what he's referring to.
Sure. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Couture, to Councillor Predko. So that amount is actually as a result of a settlement that took place. We can discuss, I can't discuss details in open, but we can discuss details in closed session. Council may recall what it is, but I can speak to it in closed session if you'd like.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to wait. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Going once, going twice. I'm reading the motion. Moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of December 1, 2025 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Is that the whole bundle? All right. Let's do some bylaws. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-080, which is the 2025-2026 annual borrowing bylaw. Any concerns, comments, questions? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-081, which is the 2026 interim tax levy bylaw. All those, any questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor? And I think I got everyone's hands there as well. That is carried. All right. So now, be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-082, Councillor appointment to Committee of Adjustment. And unless you make any comments, it'll all be blanks. Councillor Cooper. Just letting you know.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to suggest that it would be good to have the council member who looks after the management and meetings for our Water Quality Committee and also our Planning Committee, if he would be willing to take on this role. Councillor Hazelton would be a good appointment, and I would recommend him as a possible member of that committee.
Councillor Hazelton has been suggested. Councillor Hazelton, would you be willing to have your name on the list to be considered?
I would. I wanted to offer a couple of things briefly, though. Number one, the bylaw starts off talking about appointing 2 councillors, and historically, for the last full term, we've had 3 councillors. So I think we want to make sure that we are being consistent throughout the bylaw.
We have 3 blanks listed.
I understand that, but we at the tops talk about appoint 2 councillors, 2 in the TWO, and then in brackets 2.
Last year was the first year it was 3. So previously it was only 2. So, okay, so we can change that, but I'm just saying historically it's been 2, except for this past year. So however many you appoint, that will be amended. It's up to council to decide. It could be none.
I think we should have 4.
Okay. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you. Just in reference to Councillor Cooper, he said that Councillor Hazelton was the member of the Water Quality Committee and the Planning Committee, and I believe those are both working groups, are they not? Not committees? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
One, I'm quite happy to see Councillor Hazelton as a proposal. I hope he's acceptable to that proposition. I will also comment that having been a member of Committee of Adjustment for, I think this is my 2nd term, I have no problem moving off the committee. I've enjoyed it and would continue to enjoy it. I think having a level of continuity within that committee is probably quite useful. And in that context would think that it'd be good to stay on, but I'm happy whatever we choose to do here. Just that I think some continuity would be a good idea. Somebody should be, one of the current members from council who's on Committee of Adjustment should be retained.
If I got my list correctly, Councillors Jarvis, Predko, and Graziano are on the current Committee of Adjustment. Councillor Predko.
And I would just echo the same comments as Councillor Jarvis. I enjoy being on it. I'm happy to continue for continuity. But if we need to make changes, we can figure that out.
Mayor,
Councillor Cooper.
are you allowed to nominate more than one?
Absolutely. You can nominate 6 if you wanted to. Though that might be.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
No, I was just thinking that since the 2 other councillors have expressed an interest to stay involved, great. It would be terrific to have both Councillor Jarvis and Predko, and I'd be happy to nominate them as well. Somebody has to nominate them.
Yeah,
so we're forced to. No, I'm not forced to. Anyway, there we go. Thank you.
So in that case, it would be Councillors Jarvis, Predko, and Hazelton.
Correct.
Okay. Any other Councillor Bochek, please?
Thank you. I thought I heard that Councillor Jarvis was wanting to be removed from the. Oh, okay.
No, he was willing to be removed. Okay.
Well, then we have our 3. Thank God.
Councillor Jarvis, I see your
Yeah,
hand.
I want to stay because we get paid more. So yeah.
Oh, you got a raise?
No, we don't.
Oh, boy.
Would we stop talking about movements?
So I have Hazelton, Jarvis, and Predko. Moved by Councillor, I got Jarvis and Predko as movers. I'm going to change that just for fun. I'm going to say Bochek and Cooper. Moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-082, Councillor appointment to Committee of Adjustment 2026, and that the following councillors be appointed for 2026. Councillor Hazelton, Councillor Jarvis, and Councillor Predko. All those.
Can I make a quick comment?
You may.
So in the past, we have entertained the suggestion of alternates. We certainly have alternates at District and other places. And although I'm very interested in playing the role, I I didn't organize my travel calendar for 2026 to always be available on the Friday of Committee of Adjustment. So I'm wondering, is it an option for us to, in the process of appointing members, to also arrange or allow for an alternate?
Not sure it is. There's a little research going on because these appointments, I believe, are under the Planning Act. So we see a certain director of planning happily typing away at the moment. Director Whitlip.
Thank you for your observation, Mr. Mayor. I was chatting with the Secretary Treasurer, who's of the understanding that alternates are not available as an option.
All right. Do I need to read the motion again? The bottom line of the motion was Hazelton, Jarvis, Predco. All those in favor? And I see lots of hands. That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, where are we now? Oh, one more bylaw, or at least one more on this page. Moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Council enact bylaw 2025-083 to set the 2026 fees and charges bylaw. Comments, concerns, questions? All those in favor? And that is carried. Looks like our CAO even was about to vote there when you raise your hand. We'll include your vote this time. Glad you're in favor. All right, now we go into closed session. So, moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Predco, whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections 239(2). 1. Shore road allowance at Go Home Lake Shore, which is a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. 2. Council closed minutes of November 3rd, 2025. And 3. Legal files listing. Now be it resolved that the Council Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed session at 1:23 p.m. All those in favor?
Point of order.
Sorry?
Mayor? Just have a quick point of order. And the last bylaw that we passed for fees and charges, the addendum isn't actually attached to the agenda. It says, and I just want to make sure that we are voting on something that we have properly reviewed.
Yep, please.
The bylaw is attached to, hold on, sorry, can I just,
sorry.
I got too many things open in front of me, sorry. The bylaw is attached to the end of the staff report for budgets, which is addendum item.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's an attachment. It's not something that is.
As if I attach it separately, then the exact same document would be twice back to back listed on the agenda, but it is included as an attachment to the staff report.
Okay.
Because if I attached it separately, then it would have been back to back, and then I would have got questions about that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did I call the vote on going into closed? Yep, so we're, no, okay, all those in favor of going into closed? All right, so we're now going to close. I'm changing it to 1:25 p.m. And so those of you online, is a Teams link they have to have it?
Need to close out of Zoom completely and then go into Teams separately, please and thank you.
All right, and the rest of us here, no. Are we ready to roll? Yes, okay. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:27 p.m. All those in favor? Okay, and we are arisen. And Councillor Bocek is here, even if you can't see him, by the way. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council receive the closed session report regarding Shore Road allowance at Go Home Lakeshore for information, and that staff be directed to bring forward an open report on application SRC 2017-09 and SRC 2019-09. All those in favor? And that's a whole pile of yays, so that is carried. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council adopts the November 3rd, 2025 Council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2025-084 to confirm the proceedings of the December 1st, 2025 Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Mayor, can I just make a comment here? In the minutes of the, in the agenda, we have agenda item 14B, Code of Conduct complaint, item C, Code of Conduct complaint, but in fact, it was about municipal grants. And I would hope that our minutes reflect that that was simply a title of an agenda item error and not something else.
That was a typo on the face of the agenda, but those items are listed under the addendum section simply for the PDF version of the attachments. So if you're reading the attachments in the PDF order when the addendums are issued, it doesn't bump all of your pages down. So that agenda item under section 14 is for reference purposes only. No, I understand that, but I said that's a typo, but this isn't like meat and potatoes of the agenda. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not concerned about it from an agenda perspective. I'm only concerned about it from a minuting perspective.
Yeah, and we approve those minutes as part of our consent agenda.
Next meeting, yes.
No.
Yes, that item will be corrected as it was a typo in the face of the agenda.
Thank you.
All right, moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council does now adjourn at 2:30 p.m. until February 9, 2026 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned, though tomorrow morning we gather for Planning Council and Committee of the Whole tomorrow afternoon, I believe. So we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.